sign before we leave the
Down on your one.
that Patrick asked
Right.
for.
How many more times?
So we muted, period.
I was wondering.
No super long talks.
I'd like to call the Fraser City Council meeting for Thursday, February 10th, 2022 at 6:33 PM. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance.
Can we cut this?
There he comes.
Oh, I was like,
Thank you. Dale, can you please take a roll call for me?
Councilmember Bransky,
Here.
Councilmember Blanky,
Present.
Mayor Carnegie,
Here.
Councilmember Odell,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack,
Here.
Councilmember Sutherland,
Present.
Councilmember Winowicki.
All accounted for. At this time, item 4, approval of the agenda. If I can have a motion for approval of the agenda, unless there's any amendments to the agenda at this time.
Motion to approve agenda?
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any comments and questions?
I'm sorry, not to,
Councilman Baranski?
Figuron's here is, I don't know what he's here for. Like, can you move
The
this?
master plan,
Is it near the top?
This drainage,
the drainage in the master Parks and Rec plan.
Like, do we want to move him to the top so he doesn't have to sit through the budget and all that?
He's here for the parking lot.
yep. Sewer,
I just hate to make him sit through the whole entire meeting like we did last time.
you guys just have to change it if you want to change it, that's all.
You're okay? Okay.
Okay. It should go pretty quick,
Okay.
though. Okay, thank you anyway.
Don't beat things to death.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, citizen participation on agenda items. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to discuss an agenda item only at this time, please make yourself known. Or somebody in the, online or on Zoom. And on Zoom. Okay, please identify yourself.
Hi, yep, I'm here. This is Deanna Reiner, 15569 Luxembourg. And just want to thank everybody for doing such a great job. I wanted to address, in case I don't stay long enough, regarding the Parks and Rec and trying to get that going. And on Enough, which is a Frazier social media group, there was so many comments this morning about they're complaining about when the elementary schools get out that the subdivisions are blocked and they can't get in their driveways, this and that. Anyway, it goes down and down, and everybody's talking, we need police, we need police, we need police. That's the things that makes a difference for our city. And like I say, we're putting so much effort on the Parks and Rec. Yeah, it'd be great, but I honestly think, I've been a Frazier resident always, and I don't think it's ever gonna get to the quality and volume that we had. It's gonna take a long time to build back up. So I just want you to be, think about on all the different plans as to how it's gonna work and keeping our city safe and not burning out our PSOs because they're working shorter. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, I'll bring it back. Item 6, consent agenda.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes, go ahead.
may I share something with you? It was brought to my attention that I noted that Councilmember Blanky had left the meeting at a certain time, and I included her in votes after that. So if someone would make a motion to correct that in the minutes, I would appreciate it.
The minutes have been corrected, so we just need to change that motion.
Made it, okay.
Kathy's making that motion.
I was gonna make the motion to correct it.
Go ahead.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any comments and questions on that motion? Any from the audience? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Winawiki.
Having heard no other call-outs, I would like to make a motion to approve the revised consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on this motion? Any from the audience? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, new business, item A, budget amendments. Ms. Levin, you can have the floor.
All right, before you, you have got a spreadsheet of the requested budget amendments. This would be the second one for this fiscal year. Previous one was in September, and that was in the amount of $401,530. As you'll see, the majority of these are from a perspective of wages and benefits with a lot of the changes that we have had in office staffing. At one point in time, when people were let go, the money, in particular benefits, things like that, were all removed from the budget, and obviously bringing people back into these positions, we had to raise them accordingly. We do have Sarah, the Assistant City Manager and Finance Director, here if you have any in-depth questions about any of these budget amendments.
It's on page 52, if that helps you.
Councilman O'Dell?
Yeah, I have a couple questions on some of the proposed increases, specifically with DPW. If Mr. Rexdale can maybe help shed some light, or City Manager Sarah. There's wages for DPW building for a part-time person. Is that the new hire that we authorized 2 months ago? Yes. Okay, because when I asked 2 months ago if that was within the budget already, when we approved it, you said it was.
So it was within the budget. It was within the budget that there was already part-time employees here, but they weren't stationed over in that. They weren't stationed.
Line item?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we didn't use as many part-time workers, and the savings from that was to cover the cost of this person, at least for half the year, correct? Or till the end of this budget year?
I'm sorry, could you?
I said that because there was less temporary workers that we had, because we had a hard time finding enough temporary workers, the
Right.
savings from not paying those people were supposed to cover this at least till the next budget year. If
Right.
That was my recollection from 2 months ago.
Right.
Is that not the case, that we can't keep it within the existing budget?
So, go ahead.
Historically, I should have included in the packet what has been done in past fiscal years. It looks like with our part-time budget within DPW, there has been X amount that's always been given, and then unfortunately, we've been exceeding that about 20,000 per year just alone within some of our staff right here. As we've added additional people, I did not see additional funding added for our senior housing maintenance. I don't know if that was just something that probably should have been included in our last packet of budget amendments, but we have been historically doing additional amendments for part-time just due to insufficient budgeting on the front end of things.
Okay. And then the other one, the salaries, that obviously there was an adjustment from when we hired you for that, but there was also for the supervisor. Now, did we not always have a supervisor, a budget for a supervisor? So from my math, it's like around 80,000 additional amount, not covering your increase, but for the supervisor. So is there a reason why it's that much?
Yes, so originally, you had a DPW director and a supervisor. However, during the transition period, you went a while that you only had a superintendent and no supervisor, and then you went for a period where you didn't have either one, and they had a union employee that stepped up, was filling the role. That's why.
But that union employee would already be in the budget as it is now, right?
Well, that union employee was filling a management position on a temporary basis.
Okay, it just seems like $80,000 is a big step up from what should have already been in the budget for a supervisor to begin with. That's what really sticks out to me.
If I'm totally guessing here, but my assumption is that you went so long, you went a whole budget year without both positions on a full-time basis. One was being moved up from the union on a temporary basis. That's my
Yeah, but that
reasoning.
would mean we'd have more money in the,
Yeah.
not less.
Because if somebody was taken from one and put in the other, there would be a small bump for that period of time that they were covering, but that other position was still budgeted, I would.
That's one of the unfortunate things that we're dealing with is a lot of the staffing choices that have been made over the last year, 2 years. The budget never really reflected the changes in staffing. So say there might be more budgeted in overtime or for like just a full-time person as opposed to a salaried person. And a lot of this is to kind of adjust based upon the actual staffing that we have right now. I don't think that we are going to really have a good idea staffing budget-wise until we start working on this next fiscal year budget, where we truly are with staffing. I think the numbers are probably similar to regular staffing levels that we have had, but probably less people doing more work. If that makes sense?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it's kind
So one thing about the budget, so the way that this budget is done, and the best that we could figure out is that it's a line item budget. Typically, you would look at department budgets. It makes things a little bit easier. So like with staffing, when you have one that's higher and another one that's lower, all you're doing is looking at the bottom end department line number. In this case scenario, all that we are looking at is the line items. So we're correcting the line items to reflect what our actual costs are right now. So for instance, when we get to the end of this fiscal year, we may very well get into a situation where the line item for like full-time or part-time people, what we budgeted is going to be far less than the expenses that we incur through the fiscal year.
Okay, then I have another question on that, Elaine. Above that, though, you got another inadequate funding budgeted for fiscal to meet present staffing levels, so that's another $27,000. What staffing level is that?
It'll be specific to the department. Here, look. Here's the department.
Are you looking at the wages City Hall?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's a part-time employee that historically has been budgeted, I believe, about at roughly 10,000, and we've been seeing additional, or is that one? Nope, that's our senior housing individual. Right now, Elaine and I have identified that our senior housing staff and a lot of our kind of floating DPW staff aren't quite under the correct umbrella. We don't have a senior housing line item. Right now, we've got activity center and senior activity center, so people have been shuffled around, so it may say City Hall, but it's not truly a City Hall quote-unquote employee. It's usually a DPW part-time that, while we had budgeted low, the utilization has never been what we've been budgeting. And that isn't something that's specific to Mark. It's been throughout the years the individual's been employed.
Okay, and now that your Mark's helping out with that.
Yeah, we're working on trying to get a grasp on the hours that all of our part-time staff are working, making sure that as we go forward, all of our positions are budgeted properly, and that's going to be where the HR role and finance really work together. There's the ability to do position management budgeting so that we have a better grasp of if we have 100 employees and, you know, each are in their specific role, what with their anticipated hours they should be allocated each year. So we're not having 85,000 in salaries when it's 190,000 worth of employee. It's just simple. If the computer can already understand what the hours and what the rate for this person is, we don't need to be, you know, amending FICA and Medicare withholding or changing hourly on our end. It should already be populating and identifying what our cost is just on a basis of the anticipated hours worked. There were some, with the FICA and Medicare, there was no rhyme or reason why that would ever be reduced. The staffing levels weren't reduced. The utilization of it in past fiscal years was the full line item. So why they chose to reduce a lot of them, didn't quite make sense in the scheme of things. We had gone through line item by line item just to see where we were at and things that were either overutilized or reaching the point where I would be asking for additional in the next quarter. We tried to address with this individual ask.
Well, it's just a little strange because we went through this, like, I've been up here 12 years. And 6 years ago, we had this identical problem, and I thought it was kind of fixed. But now it's
So
like we took 10 steps forward and 15 now backwards.
if I can call your attention to the very first line, so city council, for example, for the membership, we have a budget amendment request here for $2. So because we are doing a line item budget, we have a change, we have overspent, we have to do an amendment. You generally don't do amendments when you're way underspending. You just take a look at that when you get to the year end of the budget. So these are things where costs are going into different line items and we have to adjust accordingly. This isn't saying that we are adding 800,000 to the budget. This is saying that we have to make adjustments to these particular line items just because things are going into these line items.
Yeah, no, my comment was only I've been through this already.
And next year, we have a whole different team in place and a whole different philosophy and how we'll be working on this. So I think it's going to be cleared up and much better.
It's got to be.
We are not, I think, going to be moving forward with a line item budget because these are the problems that you have when you do a line item budget. Whereas if you have a department budget, you have DPW, you have the flexibility to move between salary, full-time, part-time, seasonal. You still have a budget of, say, 300,000 for your staffing. So when all of a sudden you get rid of a salary person and it's full-time, you're not adjusting the budget to increase it while you have the salary line item that is being unused and it doesn't really reflect where you are with your budget.
Yeah, no, there are just some things on here that are hard to understand, that's all. So
We're here to try and help.
I'm sure hope that we can get it straightened out. Pat, I think I interrupted you. I apologize. Were you done or?
You can go to the next one, I'll come back.
You can finish.
Well, I'd just say going forward, though, because we have pretty much a whole new administration team. When we're going into budgets for, salary, I don't want just one line. I want to know how many people that's budgeted for, what those individuals are, so we have a more clear picture of where we're going forward. Because it looks like we're taking $800,000 out of the rainy day fund, and what you're saying is we just are adjusting things around, so the public thinks we're going to $800,000 more in debt, taken out of our reserves, when that's not necessarily the case. So I understand why you got to do it like this, but I agree. This is your budget, you work within it, and then if it's going to be above and beyond that, that's when you ask for the adjustments.
One of the things that I'm used to doing and would like to do when we work on this budget is actually have a staffing chart. So you will see how many people and how much for wages are going to be for each department.
That would be helpful, thank you.
It should line up with an org chart, basically. Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
So with this budget too, and other budgets, so you were saying like you took, Sarah, you were saying you took the people who may be working at the senior housing or maybe working at the senior center and you put them under City Hall. But that's not how that should be.
That's,
So-
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
That's how historically they've been set up, some of the individuals. We didn't have a line item dedicated to the senior housing. That's something that Elaine and I identified when we were going through the chart of accounts and looking at what accounts had long been inactive, where we thought funds should have never been allocated. And we want to get people put in the right place. Because even myself and Hunter, we're supposed to be working within recreation and finance. All of our wages are currently being charged to finance, which throws off my overtime budget, it throws off my regular hourly budget. Just Hunter alone working at the farmer's market completely skewed our overtime budget when it should have never been charged to finance to begin with. So little things like that haven't been properly charged to the correct accounts, and it's correcting that and getting the correct accounts even added within our budget so that we don't have people showing as activity center or city hall that are really working in our senior housing facility.
Well, that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
Because the senior housing is an enterprise fund.
Yeah.
So anything that's coming and being charged as wages or anything like that should be coming out of that enterprise fund. It should not be coming out of our general fund, and it shouldn't be a line item under any other, under department. It should specifically be a line item for this, under the senior housing. So any repairs that the DPW is sending DPW workers over there for, that needs to be its own line item under that enterprise fund. It should not be entangled anywhere. So that's why, like, I understand what you guys are trying to do 100%. I don't know that that is going to be transparent. Because I heard what you want to do, and I think we might want to talk about that before you pull that trigger. Because if you're going to be allocating funds under, like, a category, so like DPW, okay, you know, here's what Mark gets to do for his, this is what his budget is for his employees, right? That's great. But if you're going to just say, okay, here is the overall DPW budget, because that's not what you're saying? Okay, because that's what it sounded like.
No.
It sounded like you're saying, this is the overall budget.
Well, you'll still have
within
all
it.
the detail.
Okay, I'm like, yeah, because, but again, those workers shouldn't be charged, you shouldn't even be a line item for City Hall because they're clearly not working under City Hall.
So our employees fill out a daily timesheet every day, and depending on where they work, gets charged to that department.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, and it should be.
If it's roads, water, if it's the general fund, if they're over here working in a building, if they're over working in senior center, then it would come out of that enterprise fund.
Right.
So that's done each day with their daily timesheet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it needs to be in the right fund. And then I'm just really confused of how, because we knew we were going to be replacing those jobs. So did Vince and John just wipe clear the positions that we didn't have filled last year and take that and throw that in the general fund? I mean, because those weren't just like, oh, hey, yeah, we're not going to fill those. We're just going to keep, you know what I'm saying? So I'm having a very difficult time understanding how that could even have been taken out of the budget in the first place. I know that the salaries may be a little bit different, so that'd be a small,
Big difference.
yeah, exactly. It'd be a small adjustment, not these large adjustments. And so if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're trying to do is forecast between now and the end of the fiscal year, correct? That's what these budget amendments are for?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make that, I want to make sure that's too. But is that what they did? Because I know they did that with the Baumgartner house. They were like, oh, well, they didn't use this money, so we're going to take it, even though that money should have been earmarked. And did we correct that?
Yes, we did find the account that was charged to. Those were put into escrow funds. So those were kept separate. They weren't shuffled into a pot that wasn't directed directly towards the Historical Commission. But with these items, I honestly don't know what led them to put $85,000. That Mark was already employed, and the intent was to hire the supervisor.
Right.
Without having them physically here, I can't state what the intent was. There are no other salary items, even within the water and sewer funds for his department. So
Which they should be.
for when they working, yes, that should be
Correct.
charged properly to that.
That's what I'm saying. So there should be funds.
That's a lot of things that we're trying to correct, getting everything charged to the correct account because it has not been, and it needs to be, just because it creates the mess that we have now where we're going over on line items within departments because the people within them aren't being allocated to the correct general ledger number. So it looks like a lot. I'm hoping that we can get it corrected internally, so it's not going to be anything where we're actually utilizing
Any funds from the general
yeah.
fund.
It's just, we need to reallocate funding to the
Within
proper
each
accounts
department.
and move people where they're being charged to the proper accounts as well.
Because I'm with the mayor on this, like, we already had this problem, we had it rectified, and I know we've had a lot of switchover in the last couple of years, and everybody's got a different perspective on how, you know, they want to do the budget and everything, but we have to have like a very clear, concise way of moving forward with it, so it's the same thing, so we can look at the same items and make sure that we are doing our due diligence as a council to make sure that there's not these like crazy little spendings over here and like, oh, we tried to hide a little bit over here. We've had that in the past. I'm not saying you guys are doing that, by the way. I'm just saying we've had that where we've had people go, well, I'm going to pad the budget. Like, well, let's pad it over here and they won't notice. You know, we don't want to play that game again because that is tedious on any person who has to do the budgeting. So, thanks.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, thank you for the clarification, because I think what I'm hearing, well, we need a little context, a little history. And you guys might not be aware of this. In December of 2019, abruptly after taking a request for a raise off of the agenda, our finance director quit without notice. So Mr. Walters came in a pinch and did the best he could. under former city manager's assistance. So, and then Vince came in, and so this isn't anyone's fault. And most important of all, this is not an increase in spending. This is a proper way to allocate it and to get ahead of it so that you know as you're then going into budgeting. That's what I'm hearing, and so thank you for that. Also, just so that you know, and then the new council people, because we have had former city managers try to sneak in higher wages for raises and positions, we implemented a rule, city council, which is still a rule. There are no hirings, there are no promotions, there are no raises without approval of council. So even if it's in the budget, it doesn't happen unless a vote of 4 or 5, whatever required, here, so that the residents know, because we're not going to get duped. So 100%, I want a budget that says DPW, but how it's allocated, you're still going to do it water and sewer, general fund, but it'll be easier to follow, because that was my problem. I'm like, how many employees, like, there's 2 in the sewer, and I want to see, like, how many people do you have? So I think it sounds really good. And the takeaway is, despite what's out there, this is not an increase because of all the people we hired, because if you do the math is going to show we're still under budget on wages. That's all I got.
Councilman Winawiki.
So you're going to use the format of line item budgeting moving forward.
So the way that I'm used to doing the budget, and that I think will work well for us moving forward, is that you get the complete budget, we go through the line item, but you adopt it as a department scale budget, so that when we have to do budget amendments, we don't have to look at every single line, and if one goes $2 over, we have to come to you for a budget amendment. It gives us a little bit more flexibility not to have to look at every single line, every single, like, month. So part of that is going to be transparency. You're going to be getting more reporting so that you'll have more information about the numbers. That's something that you should be getting at least on a quarterly basis, so that you know where we are with the budget and what we've spent to date.
Thank you. That is exactly what we've been asking for 3.5 years. Our previous city manager did not listen to us and did not listen to our request for that transparency. And for everybody out there in the public, this is far more transparency than we've had in the last 3.5 years.
You had your light on still? Okay. Had something to say and I forgot.
This is why you write notes.
Huh?
This is why you write notes.
Councilman Baranski.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget amendments as proposed.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? Anybody online? Any from council? I see none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. And thank you all for trying to straighten it up again. Before, obviously, we had a lot of missing people in seats, and maybe the wrong people in the wrong seats. But now we hope we say we have the right people in the right seats, so let's knock it out this year and get it right. Make it easy for us. Thank you. HR transition, item B.
What we have talked about, I think in the last couple of meetings we've hit on, that we are going to be transitioning from Amy Cell Talent to the Assistant City Manager, taking on the HR duties. Before you, you have a memo from Amy Cell, kind of outlining some of the highlights of what she has accomplished, the 18 months that she was working for the city. And then also a little bit of a plan for how she's going to be handing off the duties to Sarah. We've already got a couple of meetings scheduled to go over kind of some of the documentation and work on the handoff. I see that Amy Cell is online if you have any questions for her. Or if maybe she just wants to say hi, unmute.
The only question I had is, Elaine, our meeting this week, did you add to discuss the things that we talked about on there? I kind of forgot what they were, but.
Note-taking, it's a beautiful thing.
So one of the things that we talked about was the performance review process.
Yeah, PORS review process.
She did provide us some documentation, and we'll be talking with her in the next couple of weeks about that process.
Okay. And we
the-
discussed the job descriptions and
Yep.
they're set.
Yep.
So, okay, that's all I have. Councilwoman Sutherland?
Hi, Amy. So as I was going through the document where the highlights are included, one thing that I've learned historically from my experience is that we also learn from challenges that we had. So there are a lot of highlights on here and things that were worked on and went well, but I wanted to know if part of the transition process and giving this over to Sarah, if you will be including challenges, roadblocks, things that might help Sarah going forward and what she can work on and or anticipate to learn from those challenges.
Yes, I do have a kind of a transition issue list of some areas that are still in process. For instance, automating our payroll records and timesheets. We did get the BSNA module for human resource information systems, but I was not able to implement electronic timekeeping, and so I had some lessons learned from that or some issues that I'll be transitioning to Sarah to be able to do that going forward. Enrollment, another example is benefit enrollment. It's been done manually in the past, and there's already a plan to make improvements in that area, part of which, Sarah recommended as well. So there's definitely, again, this is a journey, and there's some additional things that we want to implement, and Sarah and I have been working together on a few of those, and I've identified those, and we'll be working together over the next few weeks to, again, identify the next things to be doing going forward. So definitely a lot of learnings. We've also put together standard operating procedures that we will be providing to kind of document our learnings to transition everything as completely as possible.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski?
Yes, I think it's important to point out to our residents, Amy Sell has a contract in place through June of 2022. She does not have to walk away from that legally. And this is a testament to her company, and why we hired you in the first place, that you see that we are now able to, on our own, thanks to Sarah, do what we could not do before. We did not have an HR department. We had lawsuits for sexual harassment. We had forms in wrong places. We had all kinds of stuff. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. So our vision when we started with Amy Sell hit some major roadblocks because things happened that we weren't anticipating, and you tackled those with such grace and such dignity and found us candidates that we weren't anticipating having to replace, found us Sarah, found us Mark, both of whom have come on and done amazing things. And the beautiful thing is when you think outside the box and you don't just do things the way they've always been done, we are now able to have someone who's going to be able to cover finance because she had the HR background, seamlessly incorporate in what you started. And that's amazing. And that's what this city needed. We didn't need a director in every department. We don't need to pay extra tax. I don't want to pay extra tax. So short-term money is resulting in long-term gain. I just want to thank you and tell you what a privilege and an honor it's been to work with you. You've impressed me repeatedly, and even when we've stumbled, we've been able to get up and get back on the horse and fix it. And nothing is set in stone with this plan. Our vision can change in 5 years, it can change in 10 years, it could change in 6 months or in 2 months. But we're navigating to lower our expenses, try to increase our revenue, and try to make sure everyone has a good quality of life. So I just wanted to say that in public. I wanted to let the residents know. I don't know of many vendors that walk away from a contract mid-year, and that's huge. So thank you.
Thank you,
My
Amy.
pleasure.
Mayor Pro Tem Schornak.
So I just want to know, because Amy, all along, there was the discussion of when this was going to be handed over, that we were going to be also incorporating a generalist, an HR generalist. So is that still the plan?
Yeah, I think that Sarah will need some additional support. I'm not sure if a generalist will be needed because Sarah's exceptional knowledge about the benefits and compensation and just general HR knowledge is phenomenal. But I do want her to be able to focus on the finance, which, based on the previous discussion, is an opportunity to continue to improve, and the recreation center. I know there's going to be discussion around that later, and recreation programming in general. So I would support and advocate for additional staffing as needed to allow Sarah to be as successful as possible with the variety of activities that she's responsible. She's incredibly capable. She has an incredible staff. But I think there is going to be, some additional needs that will need to be defined, depending on what happens with recreation, and some additional internal support to handle the HR duties, because there is a lot that comes in. There's a wonderful retiree community, and the department is responsible for benefits and dealing with a variety of issues. So there will be some additional staffing needed. But it might not need to be even at the generalist level.
Okay, so then I'll ask you, Sarah, because you're wearing a lot of different hats, which is great. I do that at my job too. But I don't want you to get so overwhelmed, number one, that you'll be like, okay, I'm going to bail. But number two, I don't want you to be overwhelmed to the point where something gets missed, especially for HR, because that's where a lot of these lawsuits get generated from. And obviously finance is right up there. They're kind of like neck and neck depending on what's happening at the time. So I just want to make sure that you're not going to get burnt out or overwhelmed or something's going to get missed because you're wearing so many hats.
As far as the HR goes, I'm used to having probably 4 or 5 times the staff and retirees and having 2 people. So I think a lot of it is, at this point, kind of second nature to me on that. I think more a focus on having rec staff available and continuing with Carrie and finance are more beneficial to me, just because, especially with the recreation, it is very time consuming. We're not only running parks and recreation, but we're also essentially running a secondary department with the senior services that we're offering at the Senior Activity Center. And I think that's where I would have the most benefit from having additional hands-on. While Diane is amazing at the Senior Activity Center, she's one person. And I'm afraid if I don't have additional help to support that end of things, I'm going to burn her out long before I'll burn myself out.
Okay. See that, and that's what I mean. I just want to make sure that you're saying like, hey, obviously, I do that at work too. I'm like, I got it right now. I'll let you know when I need someone, because I wanted to hire a person underneath to help me, like a supervisor. And I'm like, I don't need one right now. We'll have too many bodies, but I'll let you know when I need it. That's what I want you to bring to us, is like, hey, we've kind of hit that wall, but before we, try to embed ourselves in that wall, I need help. So that's basically why I'm asking that question now, because I want to kind of understand it and make sure if you're thinking that's what's going to go down, that if we're going to be doing, the budget, that you're thinking and adding that into the next coming budget.
Thankfully, I think with the addition of timesheets, which I've utilized in other communities, which was already something that Carrie and myself had discussed in implementing, absent of what Amy's plans were, things like that help actually improve our productivity and lessen our workload. Going paperless and going through a portal with our open enrollment is life-changing.
Huge.
It's been amazing in the communities that I've utilized it in the past. Just the engagement from people, the understanding that staff have of their benefits, the timeliness of getting reporting back, on top of the cost savings of not having to mail things out and track people down and chase after individuals. Little things like that, while they don't seem like much, do end up taking tens of hours away from your day, and being able to put that into an automated system and move forward with that is something that I'm looking forward to, not only for my sanity, but that of the staff as well. I think that this will be a great transition for the city, and I'm confident that with the proper support staff and finance and rec, that this will be an easy transition.
So with the portal that you're suggesting as far as,
For open enrollment, yeah, that's
well,
going to.
no, aside from the benefits, so I'm assuming like for time cards and stuff, right?
Yep.
So so I'll just use this as an example. If we don't have the managers don't have time cards approved by 9 a.m. on the Monday that we're supposed to, before we get paid, it's on us if our employees don't get paid. And our employees can come like at us about it because, or we can get in trouble. So is there like a time cutoff where timesheets have to be into you? I mean, I don't know the background of it, but are they getting them to you in a timely fashion so you guys are not scrambling? Because that's just irresponsible as management that they're not doing that.
They are, but right now we're having to manually input all the information off of paper timesheets. By utilizing the timesheets application, it allows everything to be automated, and then it batches directly into payroll. So it takes out that step of them generating a timesheet with like our master sheet of all the staffing in Excel, giving it over to Tanya, and Tanya manually entering it. It is already entered into the BSNA system as a digital timesheet. It batches directly into payroll after it's been approved by the supervisor electronically, and then it's processed that way. So we're not having a lot of redundant steps. So not only is it making things easier on the finance end, but it's making things easier on the end of public safety and DPW. We do plan on trying to get BSNA in just to do a overview of the portal itself for staff, and I've reached out to them directly about that just because there is a little nuances here and there that if you haven't utilized it in the past, you may miss. But they've been great with training. We've had them out for, I believe, building in is that November or December. So I think it'll be a great transition for staff and help optimize
How can it
everything.
not be? I just can't believe we haven't done it till now. That's mind-boggling to me, honest to God, like that we are still, that's just astounding.
It was in our audit 12 years ago, timekeeping.
Well, I know things have been in there, but I just honestly did not know we were literally still using paper. That's just, in 2021, that's shameful.
That's why I haven't got paid on the fire service yet. I'll have to talk to you about that.
Oh, you're right, it is 2022, my bad.
Elaine?
So I just wanted to add that working with Sarah has been great. The skills that she has with HR and finance, she just jumps right in, gets things done. We've kind of been complementing each other when it comes to working from the financial perspective for the budget. And then also IT, we kind of work together, co-leading IT, so when people have questions, the two of us can just jump right in. BSNA rights, we both are very strong BSNA users and able to go in and easily do reports and provide information to people. So I think it's worked out really well, and I have a lot of faith in Sarah that she's really going to be able to step up. And also, I mean, the staff in the finance department supporting her, especially with the addition of Carrie, has really been phenomenal. And I think that Sarah will be able to handle a lot, but I do agree that at some point in time, we're going to really need to take a look at the workload and see where we are with everything. It's going to take a little time to get there, though.
The budget's priority one.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, we're still working on finishing up the audit, too.
I know, but you and I discussed. Councilman Winowicki.
Amy, I just want to thank you for everything that you have done for us. You know that I was one of your biggest proponents and why we should bring in someone like you. And you accomplished not only what we were looking for, but you went beyond that. And thankfully, you put us in a position now with Sarah being here and her expertise that I think I really see the handoff being very smooth. And again, thank you so much for everything you've done. And you know, I echo Councilwoman Baranski saying, wow, she's walking away from a guaranteed contract. And that shows your confidence, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. Amy, I want you to know I had my light on Councilman Winowicki before he was even called on. So this isn't a repetitive thing. This is sincere. I also wanted to thank you. I feel that you were objective and fair, knowledgeable, great people skills. You were exactly what we needed when you came to help us out. And again, in today's world, for you to walk away from a contract is just so admirable and noble. Thank you so much, and good luck in your future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Okay, item C, board and commission appointments. Mayor Pro Tem Churnak.
I'm so sorry that I didn't do this. I've had a really bad week. There's been a lot of stuff going on. But I meant to ask, if we're going to be appointing people, I know it was council's request that we have like their resumes and the things they submitted to be on those boards. And did I miss them? Because I did not see them in this packet.
We got them in a separate email.
Okay, then I did miss it.
But
Okay.
it was a while ago.
I don't know if it was all of them.
Was it all of them? I know I saw 2 of them, but I don't remember seeing all of them.
Yeah, we sent out one bundle, and then there were, I think, 1 or 2 that came in after the deadline that we sent those out additionally.
Okay, because the only one I remember, that I recall seeing was for Mr. Warnick.
Yeah, because we got an email with the new rec person separate, and then we got an email with a spreadsheet and all of the attachments.
I apologize, but like.
But it wasn't in this packet, I agree.
Yeah, it would have been better in this, and while we're talking about the packet, just one other request, please. Can we please, and I'm sure the mayor's going to agree with me on this, can we make sure everything's turned this way? Because it doesn't allow you to turn them, and trying to read a page this way, guys, doesn't work for me, because turning a laptop this way just doesn't go well. So can we just make sure that they're all horizontal? Please? Because- I'm sorry, but it's really, I mean.
Good job, we have to find something to.
No, FYI, this was way before you, it's the same thing, but they don't turn. If you try to turn them, like, you know how you can manipulate the page, they won't turn the way they're formatted. It's a problem. So,
That's why I was trying to look at her computer.
yeah, that's why I was like
couldn't
taking my
turn
computer and
neck.
doing this.
I
Yeah,
can't turn my neck.
yeah. So, but if we could do that, that would be wonderful, and I would greatly appreciate that. So, okay, let me find those other ones. I apologize, because I was like, I just thought they would kind of, if we could include those with the packet when we're doing the appointments too, even if we've got them before, that would be super helpful.
There was private information on there, and that's the reason why we sent it separately, because there's personal email addresses, contact.
But the packet doesn't go out to the general public, just the agenda does.
No, we post the whole package.
You guys are putting the whole thing online now? Oh, okay, my bad.
Finally, I shouldn't say always.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, because I haven't looked,
used
I
to.
haven't looked in a long time, so I'm not
Goes
gonna
to
lie
a
and say I
lot of
have.
people.
It wasn't
Oh,
online.
okay.
It wasn't online.
It wasn't online this time?
No, the applications.
No, not them, no.
Okay,
And they shouldn't be, because that's right, they have.
right, absolutely, privacy, but I'm just saying, like, it would be.
Thank you for protecting us from violating their rights.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
So since Councilwoman Baranski asked for additional information on the different board positions and those who are applying, I've had some additional time to think about it and, you know, what we're looking for. And really, I still can't get a good grasp from a resume of what someone might be like. So I know that previously, like when I was on the Parks and Recreation Commission, I had to go before the commission. They were allowed to ask me questions and get a feel for who I am if I was just some lunatic that was trying to join the commission. I don't think anybody's a lunatic, but I'm just wondering if anybody else would think
I'm sorry,
that
did
they're
you run for city council?
lunatic. But I didn't know if they're, you know,
Seven of them right here.
right, we're all crazy. If there would be value in just taking the time to have these applicants come in and give us the opportunity to ask them some questions. They are going to be advocates and representatives of the city. So I, you know, it might be a little bit of extra hoop jumping that what we've gone through in the past, but I think that there would be value in it.
Blaine?
Regarding that, there is one board that is a little pressing with the time issue, and that is the very first one, the Assessing Board of Review. They actually meet March 8th, which is before our next meeting, and they have training prior to that. If you want to do the interviews, I would at least recommend that you make that appointment. It is someone that is already serving on the board.
Councilwoman Baranski?
I echo and concur with Council Member Sutherland in her request, and I also understand the time-sensitive nature. So I'm going to make a motion to appoint Sandy Decker to the Assessing Board of Review. I believe she has served for quite a while in that role.
I'd second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Any comments and questions from the audience? Back to council, any comments, questions? Go ahead.
Kathy, Kathy had a comment about that first.
I'm sorry, you made a motion?
Yes, just for Sandy Decker for the Assessing Board of Review because of the time-sensitive nature of the need to do those.
Mine isn't relevant to that, I'll wait a
About
minute.
the
Yeah. Yep.
suggestion between the two of you.
So any other comments on that motion? Second.
I just had, no, we're good on the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Councilwoman Blanky?
Thank you, Ms. Decker.
Thank you, Mike. I don't think the city council ever interviewed individuals in this chambers for these commissions. It was brought up before that each commission, they interviewed their members and made a recommendation to us. That would have been part of our packet, you know? And so I personally, I feel we should leave that responsibility and knowledge up to them since they work with these individuals. We don't. And I feel also that, you know, that's the way it goes. And the reason for what that is because it became political. It becomes political. There were times when people submitted names, you know, from the commission, and they were denied. And I don't think that's right. I feel that these commissions work at what they do. I think that if something outrageous were to happen, we'd hear about it and we'd deal with it. We put them on, we give it the final blessing. But I personally, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that, to vet them. I think they should be acknowledged and talked to and recommended right out of their own individual boards. I don't want to overreach like that. I think that's silly. I don't know what they do on the, you know, on these commissions, so.
Planning Commission, I remember I interviewed to them, and then it went to the council for approval.
Exactly. You know
Same with
that,
Parks
I
and
know
Rec.
that,
Yep.
so, okay.
Councilwoman Baranski?
Yeah, all I was going to say, the difference is we are the ones doing the appointing. So it is this council that bears the ramifications of the actions of these people that we have appointed. And in my own life, because Councilmember Sutherland and I talked about this ahead of time, I don't give references out. I give them very, very guarded because I that's my reputation. And if I'm going to appoint someone to a board and they then do something, that's on me. And with the increase in exposure to behaviors and actions, I don't want to rubber stamp someone I don't know and someone I don't know anything about. But I do concede, I don't have a problem if they want to give a recommendation. That's fine with me if they want to do it first, 100%. But that's political. I mean, 3 of the 4 boards, they're already on it. Are they really going to not pick the people already on the board? But that's okay if they do.
You'd be surprised.
Well, and maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe if we have to reappoint here, maybe I wouldn't get reappointed. I don't know. But I personally, because my reputation is all I have, I'm not going to rubber stamp someone if I don't know them or don't agree with the recommendation. So that's why I feel like I get it's time and it's tedious, but it's our appointment. And maybe it is our duty to the residents, and maybe it is something we should have always done. I don't know, but I'm not afraid of doing it. So,
Just to be clear, when I brought up, you know, I was on a planning commission, I interviewed for them, but I still had to come to the council meeting so they could ask me questions before they appointed me.
that's what we're talking about.
So it wasn't just a rubber stamp, like they said yes, boom, and I was in. It was, I still had to come to the council meeting, be present. They had questions for this or that, and then it was approved, so. It kind of follows the, both of everybody's way of doing things, but. Boy, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. Elaine,
His neck doesn't turn that well.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
go ahead.
Just to be quick, we are still waiting for Planning Commission recommendation because they canceled their meeting. It was actually that same night that we were supposed to have the big snowstorm that didn't really happen.
Snowmageddon.
Yes.
90%.
And then just also, whatever motion or how you move forward with this, we will continue to advertise and seek applications because we still have a number of openings. So if anybody's listening and they're interested in serving, we still have quite a few openings. Historical Commission, Recreation Commission, ZBA, Construction Board of Appeals.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
So I just wanted to add also that for some of these, so like, I'm not sure about all of them, but for Recreation Commission, for example, they wouldn't be able to even have a meeting to have someone go ahead to offer up an individual as an appointment because they don't have enough people right now for a quorum. So
That makes it hard.
throw that in there. And I don't know if that applies to other boards and commissions as well, but that is one for sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
I was just going to say, because, and I might be wrong, so John, please correct me, but can they continue to serve until appointments are made? So they can have a quorum at that point, correct? Not all of them, obviously Parks and Rec is probably different. But I'm saying right now, the Planning Commission, the 4 vacancies can currently serve until they're reappointed. Is that accurate?
That's usually accurate. We'd have to look at each board's bylaws and any state laws that might apply, but the general rule of thumb is they will serve until their successor is appointed and qualified. Doesn't mean they have to, though. They
No,
can
I
leave.
know, but they've reapplied, so I'm thinking they're interested.
Sure.
So what I was going to suggest is that then we ask all these commissions that are there, the members who are currently serving, the ones who are reapplying, to hold their meetings, do their due diligence, recommend to us who they wish to have on the board they feel will do the best job. And then we have them at our next meeting so that we can finally have this done moving forward, and then just make sure we are very concise about how we want that to proceed moving forward. That we want the boards to do your interviews, do your recommendations, and we can ask ahead of time for those members that are recommended from the boards to come to our meetings, so that if we have questions before taking their recommendation and saying yes to the appointment, that we have an opportunity to speak to those people too, and/or once the boards have decided, if we have questions of those individuals or want to speak with those individuals, then we should have that opportunity, like, to call them. I mean, we have their numbers.
Not interview people who aren't recommended?
No, I didn't say that. I mean, you can, I suppose, if you want to, if they come to a council meeting, you have questions of them that weren't recommended. Let's say, okay, there's.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, there's 5 people, and there's 4 positions for the planning commission, so we're gonna use that one as a gauge. Okay, so the board says these 4 people. Well, again, we can ask all 5 individuals who are interested, if we don't necessarily agree with somebody, to come to that meeting, so that if we have any questions, or we can do our due diligence, not to drag these meetings out forever, and call them ahead of time and have a conversation with them if we had questions we wanted to ask that weren't necessarily had to be in public. I mean, if you're not comfortable with the appointments, I guess is what I'm saying.
It almost sounds like there just needs to be a process set up.
That's what I'm saying. Let's set up a process so we
There
don't
has
have
to
to
be, there
have
has to be a
this
process. Sarah, maybe understanding for these,
question. Where'd you go?
sorry to pull you in on this one, but it's kind of related to HR, but for the board commission members who are applying, it just appears there's no process for the whole, getting them, do they come to the meeting, interview with the committee they're going, and then come to the city hall? If there's more members or more people that apply than their seats for, then is it fair how they get it eliminated? So there just needs probably think of a process for placing board members. And
I know historically with the civil service commissions that we dealt with in other communities, it was something where we would interview them individually, the candidates. I don't know if we have that many candidates at this point that we'd be excluding anybody, certainly in the future. Hopefully we can garner more, and we are looking to continue to promote that. But I think the concept of interviewing within the commissions would be great. I do echo the concern that we don't have a quorum with the Recreation Commission, so that presents somewhat of a challenge, especially as some of the members have resigned that would have been able to continue.
maybe a council person or yourself or someone else could sit on that interview just to make a quorum, and I don't know if that works or not, but just consider a process, that's all. That's all I'm asking, that's all.
Definitely something that I'd like to.
Yeah. It sounds like
Get
it
more
really needs to
people.
be straightened out. Councilman O'Dell.
Just quick process now that technology's come into our lives, maybe when they submit, if there's some basic questions we're going to ask everybody of these things, that they could do their own question and answer video and submit it with their application. That way we can view it, because it's hard enough to fill these positions that pay pretty much nothing, and to have them drag into a meeting. But if we have the basic questions, like if you're on a zoning board, what's your understanding of what a zoning board does? What's your experience? Things like that. They could do a question and answer right on their phone, submit it with the application. That way we have an idea of that person ahead of time. And then if we need further questions beyond that, then we can call them in or whatnot. But I think that gives a good sense of a person's understanding of that position. That's going forward. I think that would be a good thing to have general questions, submit it with your application, and then pretty much have everything one shot.
Councilwoman Blinky.
Okay, first of all, I misspoke, Amy, when I said political. How silly. Politics is everywhere. In church, in shots, all over. Okay. Secondly, the process is important. What the mayor said is true. We need a process, but then to everyone, we're just thinking this out. If the commission recommends somebody and they come to the meeting and they're on our agenda and okay, what if they don't come to that meeting? What if they're the best person in the universe and they have a funeral? Okay, so but I'm just using that as the ultimate excuse. The ultimate would be they wouldn't be here, period. But the thing is, think of that. If you're going to have a process, then it should be, seal-proof here, that we don't say, well, they're not here, Joe Doe's not, the heck with it. We don't know that. We don't know that. And I think logically, and I know everybody has their point of view, but it's right in front of us. There's 2 vacancies on the Board of Review. 1 person applied. There's 2 vacancies on the Historical. Nobody applied. There's 4 vacancies on the Recreation Commission, and 2 people applied. 4 on the Planning, and 5 people applied. And there's 3 vacancies on the ZBA, and 2 people applied. My point is, I think possibly, and I agree with everything everyone's saying, but we should look at this and try to get them going. The quicker the better, so then they can initiate, maybe they have a friend or maybe they whatever that could jump in and help us out to fill this, because it is important instead of just, we all know sitting up here, we all know members that have been on commissions through the years that have done outrageous things, that have hurt the image of the city. We know that. And if you're truthful about it, you know that. And the thing is, we sat here. And that's okay. That didn't make us bad or good. That just made us non-confrontational. You looked at the good list and you tried to balance stuff, but you know what I'm saying, right? And to my point, I don't know how you guard against that. To guard that kind of thing. So I'm sorry I spoke so long, but I think I'm trying to make a point here of what we're doing here. So thank you.
Well, I think the important part is to get people in place, have a process moving forward, not go backwards, but just have something going forward.
Right, we have to.
So we don't have to have this 25-minute discussion on putting people on the board.
Exactly.
Because if they want to do it, they're volunteering to do this. It's something
Exactly.
really good, so.
Look at the numbers, yep.
Ms. Levin.
One of the things on our to-do list that I think we talked about at our workshop is updating the handbook for the boards and commissions. And I think that that's probably a good place to start looking to put some language in there for a process of how we appoint people in the lower boards.
Absolutely. Councilman Baranski.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is this is actually a beneficial conversation because this is what we're supposed to be talking about.
Right.
Tightening up processes and policies and not, how much are we going to pay someone on a part-time salary? So the fact that there isn't a process is kind of ironic. The fact that this commission has one and that, it's not ironic, it's systemic. So I'm happy to spend time doing it. The caveat being, if someone wants to make a motion to appoint the people, that's fine. I'm not going to, because I believe in what I've articulated, I'm starting that today. It doesn't have to be long and drawn out. Give them to their next meeting, come back with a recommendation. As far as I'm concerned, bring everyone back, but work on presenting to us the process that we then implement at a later meeting. Because you're right, there are vacancies, but I may not necessarily support all the people here. Just because there's a vacancy doesn't mean I'm going to give you the position. And you cannot like me for that. It's how I feel.
Oh, and I
You know, I'm only going to recommend people who will, in my opinion, represent the city well and do a good job. So that's my 2 cents.
Anybody else? The board is clear.
shut the boards. Let's close them all up.
Okay, item D, Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Ms. Levin?
So you have before you a proposal from McKenna, who is our planning consultant. They worked with the city, I believe it was last year, well, it might have been the year before last, on the process for the master plan, which is required to be updated every 5 years. This is a proposal from them for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. This is something that if you want to work on getting any of the funding from the state through MDNRE, you need to have a plan that is within a 5-year timeframe. The fortunate thing about this is that the timing is excellent because this gives us a full year to be able to get a good, well-thought-out master plan completed. The timeframe that they're looking at is about 6 months. So taking a look at the scope of work for this proposal is that there will be an initial meeting with a group of people, whomever we choose to be on some type of subcommittee, to kind of kick off and start moving forward with the process. They're going to do a survey of the existing park and recreation equipment, which from the last Parks and Rec master plan that we had, there's been quite a few changes with all of the new equipment that's been put in place in our parks. One of the things that's required from the state is that there is public engagement and a public hearing. This basic proposal includes a survey, so an online survey, along with the required public hearing. The next step in the process is that they take a look at the goals and objectives, work with the group that could potentially be at a public meeting with the whole city council to work on developing that. And obviously taking a look at the previous one that we had and updating that if necessary. They will work on putting together the draft plan along with the capital improvement plan, be taking a look at budget and what future budget costs we could have for any improvements. They will work with us for public hearing and providing all of the staffing for that and the survey. And then also the final report, they'll provide us that. They do provide a little bit of information for an optional scope for additional public feedback. One that they mention in their proposal is online engagement through a passive input collection. This is really kind of a web-based process that they would be able to solicit feedback from the community. Another optional opportunity would be roundtable discussion. So this is typically when you have an open meeting and allow the public a chance to come in, maybe take a look at some ideas that they have, talk about what they are looking for future parks and recreation programming. Another optional public engagement session that they have in here is a broad-based input session field day, which would be something in conjunction with, say, something like our carnival, that they would have maybe a table set up somewhere, maybe they would have people out with some park equipment at some other event, or maybe like at the farmer's market or something, and really taking it right to the parks and the people that are there visiting the parks and soliciting feedback from them about what they're looking for. So their proposal, the cost for just the core is $14,000, and then each of those optional, the passive input, so that's the web one, would be $1,800, the round table, $2,000, and the field day, $3,250. Could be a combination of any of those. You could just go with the flat fee and just do the regular public survey, or you could add any or all of the other types of community connection. The proposal, we do have money in our budget, $11,000 right now. This is something that could be split between 2 fiscal years because the project would take approximately 6 months. So we, as I mentioned, do have quite a bit of time because we would need to get a master plan submitted to the state by February 1st for any of the funding for grants for the next fiscal year.
Okay. Well, I know they do a pretty good job because actually they attended our open house, fire open house, and did questionnaires for the master plan. And they got a lot of information for putting that master plan together. And I mean, we didn't get billed for that. They just came and did that to get the information, but they do a really, really good job. And, you know, I think this is important to, you know, obviously start building the parks up and recreation in the future. And we got to start somewhere. Councilman Odell.
All right, quick question. I know we're going to be talking about potential staffing a little bit later in the meeting. Are we looking to possibly, because we're kind of juggling back and forth here, but to still get that ball rolling now while the plan is being put in place so we have something for this summer, even though it's not going to be.
Staffing is really immaterial to this. So this is a plan for how you want to develop your parks, what kind of recreational activities your community wants. So it's a plan. It's not like a budget or anything where it is something concrete that you must do. These are things that you're looking at, you're soliciting feedback from the community about the direction that you want to go in the future with your development and your programming.
Because we had conversations before with the council here that, you know, do we hire a person to develop a plan? Do we get a plan and then go? I mean, I looked at the budget here for January 31st. We have $320,000 plus that have not been spent. I think this is a good start to get process going to where we need to know where we're going to be going with this and what we can adopt from it. And like you said, if it's going to open up grant opportunities that we need to do this anyways, now's the time, since we have the money in the budget because it's largely unspent, I think it's a good step. But I'd like to hear what other people think as well.
Councilwoman Sutherland?
So a bit of historical context is that I believe previous Parks and Rec plans were done internally. We've not hired a company before to perform this kind of work. I don't know about you guys, but $14,000 plus is a lot of money when we haven't, in my opinion, vetted out other options yet. And those previous plans that were done internally, I believe, got us around $400,000 in grants without spending this kind of money up front.
Let me sorry to interrupt, but what?
The master plan, the Parks and Rec master plan. This was mid-2000s.
You're not talking about the Boundless Park.
No, not the parks, like the master plan,
I don't remember.
the parks plan.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's a line in the paperwork for this that said, include identification of viable funding sources and contacts. I was wondering if we have more, like, what does that mean? Like, what are those, what is the identification of viable funding sources? Like, I'd like to know more about what that means, because that's a really important bullet to me.
So that would be something that they're looking beyond the NDNR grants. So if, say, you're looking to develop a park, I don't know, for some
Rescue Foundation, the Myers Foundation.
Right.
Those big
So they'll look at
corporations.
other things that would potentially fit with whatever it is that you're looking for the park. So what other there are a lot of other grants out there, not just MDNRE.
So I'm just not convinced that this couldn't be looked at a bit further internally first. It's one of my favorite new sayings. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze quite yet.
So, do you know if previously the grants that they got were MDNRE? Because the state is very particular. They have, I think it's like, I don't know, quite a few items that you have to check off boxes and do everything very particular with public notices and public meetings, public engagements, to be able to qualify.
Yeah, I don't have that level of detail, sorry. But this is what I'm just talking about from my historical knowledge. Just wanted to ask that question as well, about what that looks like, so. Okay.
And you can also look at it as 14,000, it's only like a part-time person for 4 months, 5 months, so, I mean, it's a lot of work being done for, you know.
I think one of the unique things is that they have a lot of the tools to be able to really engage with the public, unlike how just, say, a staff person would be able to do.
Absolutely.
They have all of the GIS stuff that they would easily be able to do, the mapping that we would require. Instead of just like taking a photo, it would be.
Are you talking about the potential of building new parks too? Because we just rebuilt Meadows, Harrington, Boris, Somerset, and Pompo within the last year and a half. So if we're hiring a company to come in and look at our parks, over 50% of them are brand new.
No, all of them are brand new. The rest of them are passive.
No, it wouldn't be like building new parks. It's surveying the public, seeing what we have, what they want, what kind of recreation they want. So it's really all-encompassing. And one of the things I think that they mentioned in here is that it's also taking a look at is there something else from a capital perspective? So one of the things that we've all talked about is that the senior center, we can't use that for anything other than senior activities. You know, we could potentially be looking for a building. Is it worth it to bond for a building? Is it worth it to try and find a building? Can we get grants, loans to get a building for recreation? That's kind of some of the things that they would be looking at, especially based upon feedback from the community. Number one, is it something that they even feel we need?
Maybe you can call Phil and maybe ask if they can have a rep come to our meeting, and maybe we would have them show up and explain a lot of it in detail to council, but if we go forward with
I
it.
can see the value. I don't know that I have enough information here today
As I said, usually,
to be able to back up the decision that I would be making with taxpayer money on whether or not this is a good idea.
I should have requested they be here for the presentation for this. I didn't think about it. Councilman Blanky.
Thank you. What kind, first of all, you're talking about the recreation, the Parks and Rec, the 5-year plan. So I'm going to use a synonym, and I'm going to call it a wish list. That's what I'm going to call it. It's a wish list. It isn't anything that binds us financially to anything. It's a wish list. It's like if you go back to the 5-year plans from, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago, that's what it was a wish list. And the part of it, which Elaine said, and you're right, it's required by the DNR especially. It's required by the MDNR. It's part of their criteria. It's part of, these are all blanket funding sources. So it's a wish list to start off, but yet to say what Dana said, it's true, because there were times when usually the director of Parks and Recreation did that exclusively. However, it wasn't as complicated as you might think, because there was a template. You use it every year. We did go to McKenna back then to get the GIS and the demographics and the specs, You know, we did that, but they sat with me and we worked on it, we completed it. Again, if there's a template from, you know, previous, every 5 years you have to have this, so whatever, and we just, yeah, did what we did, you know, to create it. I do echo what Councilwoman Sutherland is saying, in as much as back in the mid-2000s, okay, yeah, that was true. You know, we didn't use, I mean, but again, we had a different working relationship. You had a full-time recreation director. You had McKenna working on the city planner. He's a city planner, correct?
Are you sure that was McKenna?
Not at that time.
Who is it?
It wasn't McKenna at that time.
It wasn't? Okay.
That same vendor.
But you know what I'm saying, it was a whole different, so we just worked through it out. How you're working with Sarah and Carrie, and you're getting your feet wet and stuff. So, I agree. I think this is a lot of money. And what it does is actually take the responsibility from a full-time, experienced recreation director. Because if you get in the right place, you can get this information different ways, you know. So I don't know if it's worth all that. I understand what you said, 2 fiscal years, so 5,500 a fiscal year. I get that, but that's just my 2 cents.
Pro Tem Shornack?
Yep, I was just gonna say, we did, I'd worked on, when I was on Parks and Rec, a 5-year plan, and we made the basis our wish list together, but it's also like for connecting the path to Metro and stuff like that. That's part of what that is. But we did always have the planning, whoever was our planning company at that time, they always did do something for us, maybe not to this scope, but they've always had that backup. I don't know that I'm really keen on I mean, because if you add up everything that they're proposing, if they did all 3 of those, I know we don't have to pick all 3, but if they did all 3 of those, you're looking at $21,000 for that. I did read the whole scope that they were looking at, and I know we're required to do it, so I don't really have a full objection to them doing it because it needs to get done. We're just at a point now where we've redone all of our parks, except the passive ones, which have no equipment in them, but we're already looking at redoing the signs, so that will brighten those up. So the other thing at this point would be, I'm wondering if in that survey, there will be things that we could possibly get grants for, like connecting sidewalks, because that's still a big thing for me. I've noticed other places around the city recently where it skips like a house. So I'm just gonna use over by the golf course, right? There's that one little itty bitty house that sits back, and there's like, there's no connectivity there. It says sidewalk. Matter of fact, there's a sign that says sidewalk ends here, you know.
Thank you, O'Neill.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, so for me, making our city walkable would be something I would want on the 5-year plan. And I would hope that that would be like a consideration that they would put forth in there. But right now, considering we don't have Parks and Rec director, which we're not gonna get a director necessarily, but a full-time Parks and Rec person, because it's, from the stuff you sent us, it looks like a lot of people are looking for that. I was thinking that, you know, although I'm not keen about spending $14,000, I kind of think that's a little steep, especially for what the scope of work they're doing, because our parks are already done. We're not going to expand on those parks. I know somebody wanted a disc golf park, I think, yeah. So that would be like, I don't really, yeah, any which way. I'm just saying, could there be a way that they lessen the fees because there's a lot of things that they're not going to need to even look at this point for our 5-year plan, that the scope, I think, is smaller than what they're presenting, that they actually have to include this now, because we've done so much of, in my opinion, so much of the work that was on the 5-year plan from, like, I think 2005.
Good question we can ask.
It's always worth asking.
I like it. Councilwoman Baranski?
The 5-year plan is not just capital improvements for this, correct? It
Right.
is everything pertaining to the Parks and Recreation component. And so what it does, it's, that you put that Facebook post out, what would you, oh. It's not just capital, it's not just parks equipment or things like that. It is the vision board for what we would have in our city under the umbrella of Parks and Recreation, and then how we would fund it. And so it tells us objectively, based on the experts doing the research, what the city wants or should have, because these are people that are urban planners and experts. And thank you for sharing that. Although the city did the template, the hard work was done by the experts. So without a doubt, we have to incur expense. We cannot do, it's not take a photo of a park and put it in a PDF and, you know, this is a service that should be outsourced, and I just assumed it always was. I think that some confusion is coming in terms of, my guess is that because we have a recreation commission, that was their source for what do you want to see? That's where they started the vision board and built off of it. To me, it's a no-brainer. The only thing I questioned, and it's not a diss on McKenna, was just, did we get any other quotes from anyone else? I get that they are our master planner for the city, so it kind of makes sense, but is there other companies that we should bid for this, A, and then B, this should have been actually started a year before the last one ended, whether it was in-house or out-of-house, so the former people didn't do it, we're now behind the eight ball. This council, with the assistance of the rec commission's plans, did the parks, because that's what we thought everyone wanted. We don't know that everyone wanted that. Hopefully they do.
I haven't heard any complaints.
I haven't either. But, so to me, it's a no-brainer, 100% it should be done. It should be done in a professional capacity. But I do concur, is there a need to have other quotes? And I'm 100%, the lower the scope, the better, because we don't have the funding for this we're not doing water parks. There's no money for it. Stop. I'm not voting for a water park because that water bill will be huge. But there are things that we, if we have the money, would say, oh, master plan, or put in for a grant. And I do remember, the only grant I remember sitting on that side, the big one, you guys had to fund the money so Christina could get the grant. I don't know where 400,000 came from. I don't for the city, but that's great if we had
To
it.
fund all the money.
Yeah.
It was like 300, and it was for the Boundless Park.
For the what?
Boundless Park.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I didn't think we got any grants for anything other than that. But I could be wrong. So that's my thoughts, is this, you do it professionally, and then once you have a great one in place, then theoretically the fees could go down, because there's going to be a lot of things, unfortunately, we're not going to accomplish in 5 years. So they're going to take and copy and paste and go, just like the road, you know, I don't, you guys must not have been on council when you did the road thing. It's the wish list, and it's like, here's what we want, and here's when we do it if you have money. Well, guess what? We don't have money for the first 3 years of the roads, because we have to do, so next year, in 5 years, he's going to go, oh, by the way, here's Garfield.
Change the date on the,
But hopefully, we're going to get Garfield done.
That's
But
in
it's that-
2024.
Yeah, it's that same concept. So I just assumed it was always done professionally. But I think maybe if you saw one, you'd get it, because it is a written form of what you put on Facebook on a grander scale, because it's not just a captive audience of that group of people.
the other important thing is knowing the leads for the grants in the big companies, because, you know, the Boundless Park people can testify that they had a grant writer, and that achieved so much money to help build so much of this PlayStation. That's just,
I know, we should
you know, it paid
find
for
her.
itself.
We should hire her.
Because the grant writers cost $10,000 anyway, just to write grants.
She earned her money though, right? They got a lot of grant money.
There's a lot of pros and cons on everything.
Yeah, one thing to take into consideration about using the consultant is this is someone that already has all of our mapping information, not recreating the wheel for a lot of things. So likely, if we were to go out for bids, it would be higher because someone would have to start from scratch.
But the scope I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Baranski that maybe the scope can be just brought down some.
Good thing is here, we do have a lot of time, like I said. We really have a year, and with something like this taking only 6 months, we have a little bit of wiggle room here. I didn't know really what direction we were going to go in with this. Paul had a scheduling conflict, so I told him that I would get well-versed on this and be able to hopefully answer as many questions as possible. But we can certainly bring him back at another meeting if you guys have any, like, particular questions, or if you want to see if we can maybe get like a scaled-back proposal, see if there's something a little lower end that we can do.
Yeah, so not the Cadillac, but not the Yugo.
Buick.
Well, no, I'm not, that's why we said Yugo, because that's the only one I know, no one has a Yugo, right?
The middle one.
Yeah, we want the Buick, maybe maybe.
It looks almost better than a Cadillac.
So,
Is it?
so if the council would like, I could actually take Paul out for a ride and take him to each one of the parks, because we have made several
Yep.
improvements. So maybe he can get a better scope of things to bring down the scope of work based on what he feels.
And this may
Has to
just be
do.
required by the state, that this is the scope of work you have to do to meet all the legal requirements. And so if he can answer that ahead of time, but come back, that would be perfect.
I think that's a good idea, too.
I do like the vendors to come back in front of us, so we can do that.
Done.
Pat, did you have?
I think it's a good idea.
I'll withdraw.
to come around, too, though.
Put all those ideas I want them all. I want the water park.
So, so what we're saying is we're gonna reach out to him, have him come back? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Sullivan?
We have a hand up in the back.
Yeah. I was saying-
Mr. Lessig? Please come forward. Name and address for the record, please.
Michael Lessig, 15201 Fairview. Just about the Parks and Rec Master Plan. In 2012, as a recreation, I think I was the chair, I assembled that entire document myself. We had a part-time director at the time, Brian someone, and he didn't have the resources to do it. We needed a approved Parks and Rec Master Plan on file with the state in order to apply for the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant. So that was the minimum requirement with the state. We had no resources to do it. We were right after the Great Recession. And as a result, that was the kickoff of and that included the Boundless Park. The essential rule is if you want to go out for funding for a state or federal grant, and say you want to put in a dog park, it needs to be in that plan and approved by the state, the plan itself, so that when you go there, the state can say, yep, you already have this as part of your plan. You didn't come up with this idea yesterday because there was money available. As a result of that, we did receive the MNRTF grant for $300,000, and that was a reimbursement grant, so that the city did have to fund it, but then apply for reimbursements, and we did get the money. The second grant was $100,000 from the Land Water Conservation Fund, and that was in 2015. And that was also in addition to McKinley Park. And that was $100,000 from the federal government, $50,000 in cash from Frazier First Booster Club, and a $50,000 match by the city. So that's where the $400,000 came. Dana actually and I were talking about the master plan. There's a lot to it. But as I said, at $10 a month, I don't do that for $10 a month anymore, but but I did write that pretty much from scratch. And then 2015, I think, or 2016, when the last version came out, I believe most of that was done internally by Christina Woods. I never talked to Mr. Maher, who was the Community Planning Associates. I think that was his name, or company name, Pat Maher. I didn't talk to him back then. I took stuff from the master plan itself, from the one that you're well aware of, that's in black and white. I used some of that demographics. I used Google Maps, and assembled that document, which is still online. So that's how these came about in the last 10 years, just to put some historical perspective on it. Thank you.
Thanks for the history, Mike.
Just one last thing I want to add, then I'm done, I promise. Is from the last time that I read the master plan, the Parks and Recreation master plan, or the Park master plan, there's still stuff on there that's not completed. When you talk about having a foundation already also, if we talk about the scope, we never completed the
Yeah,
last.
that's what master plan is,
Right,
though.
So,
Wish list,
I'm just saying, like,
punch list.
we're not starting the wish list from nothing. We already have existing wish lists that we're still wishing for. So,
You know what they say, wish in one hand.
Item E, annual Mdot performance resolution.
This is a resolution that is required by Mdot for anything that the city would wind up doing in the state road system. This is something that is required on an annual basis. I don't know if, Ragsdale, if you have any other comment on that?
It's mandated by the state, which is something we do every year, and it requires a city council resolution. Once approved, I'll send it off to the state and put it on file. But theoretically, if we don't do it, we were to have a water main break in the middle of Groesbeck, then we wouldn't be able to repair our own water main.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I'll make a motion to approve the Mdot performance resolution as submitted in the packet.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any comments and questions on the motion? Any from audience? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Since this is a resolution, do I have to sign it?
I'm so sorry.
Since this is a resolution, do I have to sign it?
Yeah, I think it doesn't,
Because I don't see it on
oh,
here.
no, it doesn't say here.
Oh, yep, nope, I'm sorry. That is how the last ones were done. The clerk did sign it.
Okay.
Yep.
Frazier Meadows Pond Treatment. I believe this is yours, Mr. Ragsdale?
Yes, so we have two ponds in Frazier Meadows that the city is responsible for maintenance and upkeep of. And as part of that, we treat them for algae. The city has currently been using Tri-County Aquatics in an effort to be competitive with the bidding. We attempted to get 3 bids. As you see, we had Tri-County and the pond guy, and then Pondering Waters did not have the specific license needed to treat with the proper chemicals. So really, we only had the 2 bidders. And the cheapest for the 6 applications was Tri-County, and their prices did go up a little bit this year with an annual increase of $360, but a recommendation is to award them the 3-year contract. And this would be a matter of $3,450 a year annually in the budget. Currently, what is budgeted for is the $3,090. Again, it's a $360 annual increase.
Mayor Pro Tem Schornak?
A question. So the prices then, these are guaranteed prices for the next 3 years?
Correct.
So whether or not their expenses go up, it's kind of like, okay.
Correct.
So with that being said, I would make a motion to approve the Tri-County Aquatics Incorporated for the maintenancing of Fraser Meadow Ponds treatment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the motion? Any comments from the audience? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item G, Somerset Park tall equipment options. We've been working on this one for a while. Mr.
Yes.
Ragsdale.
So prior to my employment, the city made some major improvements to Somerset Park by installing 2 playscapes, one ages 2 to 5, and the other one is the, I think it's 6 to 12, I believe is the age range. So the particular playscape has a very tall tower, as we're all aware of, and particularly the mayor is aware of, because we had a meeting with a resident, myself, the city building official, the building inspector, the DPW supervisor, and the mayor all met with a resident. It was that their home is adjacent to the park and is unhappy with the height of the playscape due to they feel that there's invasion of privacy. Evidently, he has a swimming pool in the backyard, and he doesn't like that the kids climb up the top and they're looking at his daughters in the swimming pool and sometimes saying inappropriate things. So the individual had a makeshift privacy fence that they put up that had very tall poles with a tarp stretching across. It was definitely blight. The building department had him remove that because obviously it wasn't to code. And during that meeting, I promised to try to come up with some type of compromise or resolution looking long-term. That being said, I brought to the board 3 options that could possibly be utilized. The first one would be to move the play structure to Rendell Park. That's very expensive. It's going to be $35,000 to relocate it. You would need additional equipment at Rendell Park, because you wouldn't just want the older kids play stuff, you would want the smaller kids play stuff too. Then you would have to replace what you took out of Somerset Park with some additional play equipment. The second option is we explored the option of putting solid panels on the back of the playscape so that the children couldn't climb up the sides of the playscape in the back. That will not take care of the whole problem, because even if you put the panels on, they're still going to be able to see from the sides. So the third option is to plant 16-foot tall arborvitaes along the fence row and space them 10 to 12 feet apart. The attachment that I have for you shows the pricing, but they're basically $500 a piece. I estimate 10 would do the job. We would install those ourselves and put them in a few years, you would have a complete barrier, which would take care of the privacy issue as well as being a sound barrier. So I think this shows that we're trying to be good neighbors and we're making some sort of effort to take care of a situation.
And it also enhances the look of the park from the inside.
Absolutely. And the neighbor next door had already planted arborvitaes on their side, on the inside, and it's working. So these would just be on a much larger scale, and they would be on the park side of the fence.
Mayor Pro Tem Charnock, you were first.
Well, my first question is, when did we present these options, obviously, to the resident? I know the first thing they'd want is move the equipment, but that one I'm going to say is, at least for me, even though I know who they are and I love them and I can understand exactly what they're thinking, because that's the park we go to. What were their feelings? What were their suggestions as far as what we could do? Were these presented to them?
No, I have not presented these issues because I wanted to come to the city council first, because for me.
Money-wise.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
For me, yeah, money-wise, exactly. But for me, personally, the first one is just, I wouldn't spend all this money on new equipment and then move it to another park because there was one resident that had an issue. If we could find a better resolution, in everything that I was able to come up with, this is price-wise and
Impacted the most.
Yeah.
I know, in a whole, the neighbors along that line are not super pleased about it, but I personally, obviously, other than relocating the equipment, because it is so costly, I would want to do both, putting that wood on there for two reasons. Those kids are obnoxious climbing on there, those teenagers. I've been there and I've told them to get off, and of course they swore at me. I'm like, you're gonna get down now or you're gonna have some issues. You got like 3 seconds, go ahead and mess with me. And they get down, they swear a lot at me, but it's fine. I'm like, now you can walk out of this park because there's a bunch of kids here. And I said, either you move or I will call the police and you will be escorted out. And so that'll be a good thing to keep them off that equipment and possibly damaging it, not to mention falling off of it because they're using it, incorrectly and we get sued. But I would want to do both 2 and 3. 100%,
Okay.
because we do need to do something to try to help negate. It is an invasion of privacy. I get where they're coming from. I've been in their backyard and I can 100% understand that. If it were me, I would feel the exact same way.
That's fine. I have no problem with that. I was just looking cost-wise.
Yep, absolutely.
But these would be 2 solid metal panels that obviously have to be ordered, so it may take some time. And then they will have to come out and weld them on and match up the paint
I was gonna say, yeah, and be coated so they don't
Right.
burn anybody.
Yep.
And another reason why the panels, it's going to prevent them, what they've been doing is climbing outside.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Going around it where it's very, very dangerous. So this would actually prevent kids from climbing out of the structure. So, Sutherland, you were next.
So a couple of things on this. One, since we like to give historical context, is that the park that's currently at Somerset Park was not the park that was approved by the Parks and Recreation Commission to be put in there. That's one. So I would personally be interested in knowing how that equipment was even selected for that park, because I believe it was February, March 2019. I don't remember the year, but we unanimously voted for other equipment that did not contain that tower structure. So that's one. Two, as far as adding the panels, I've also been at the park and gotten sworn at and yelled at kids to get down. So I had reached out to Nick Schaefer when he was here, asking about adding panels to that structure to prevent children from falling and from climbing on the outside of the structure. We were advised that it would void the manufacturer's warranty on the equipment, as well as that the insurance company advised us against doing that because it wouldn't be covered as far from a liability perspective, because we are adding to equipment that might not be within the specs of what is approved for that equipment. So that's a big concern to me, because I don't want to add panels, some kid climbs out there, falls, and now the city is getting sued because we made modifications to existing equipment.
So these panels are from the manufacturer? And
Because they told us when we reached out before that they didn't have anything, and no. So I'd be interested to see that paperwork then from the manufacturer, just to make sure then that we are covered, because we were definitely told that that was a no-no.
I think it's in the package.
These panels are from the manufacturer, and the contractor that would be doing the work is the contractor that installed it.
Yeah, Mid-States
Okay.
Recreation.
No, it's not Mid-States. This
That was the
is-
second option.
It was
This is Great Lakes.
Michigan Rec, oh, Great Lakes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
Okay, so then if that's covered, I hear that.
But I can, if you would like, I can make them give us something in writing before
That
we
would be
pull the
nice.
trigger on that.
Yeah,
It's always good to have it in writing.
right.
Right, Amy?
So I mean, but because that wasn't the park that was voted on by the commission to go in there, I mean, I know that it's costly, but I mean, I honestly think that we need to do the right thing and move it. To me, that's the right thing. That is not the park that was put in there. I know that it's a lot of money, but if someone were standing on a structure, making lewd comments at my daughter in my pool, I would want to get out there and move it myself. So that's just my 2 cents.
Well, just for the record, though, again, the Recreation Commission is an advisory board to council.
Right, but there was,
Do whatever they want to do.
but it was,
anything, but
there was no communication,
I know, but that's what happened.
so.
Reviewed
So-
it, they decided on a different playscape. And
Keep in mind, this happened before I got here, and I'm bringing this to your guys' attention. I work for you. I work for you, so whatever you guys say is okay with me. I'll get it done. Just let me know what you want.
But I mean, now the tower's there, we have a problem.
But that's what happened. Ms. Baranski.
So ironically, though, the park that's there is the first park that was presented by the Parks and Rec Commission. And I got on council right after that, and we said, no, 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 no. We are not going to, in a vacuum, spend $250,000 without competitive bids. And that is where then the second proposal came on. So it was February, March of 2020. Then 100%, because I too liked the other alternative. I liked it aesthetically. The majority I was outvoted, but it is what it is. Just blame can go around and around, because the one thing this council did not do with that plan, we did not participate in the design of that plan, either plan at all. We simply took the two plans and picked between the two and said, boom. And because there were issues with that plan that were not identified by those that designed it, which I don't know who that was. I don't think the Parks and Rec Commission designed it. I don't know. But that is why with the subsequent improvements, we went, and I believe you went as a commission member, to the parks and had eyes on and said, wait a second, if you do this, what about that? And I know Mr. Ragsdale was freezing cold when we did that.
Yeah, that was my idea, by the way.
No, 100%, 100%. But
wanted to
we
make sure
already
we didn't do that
knew
twice.
we were not going to just rubber stamp a design because we saw where an issue arose with Somerset quickly after that. So that's my understanding of the historical context. Fault all around, but that being said, it is a beautiful park that's been improved. It has improved their home values. I will not agree to anything to modify unless it is in writing and approved by our attorney that the warranty is not waived, et cetera, et cetera. So any panels or whatever, heck to the no, is my opinion, unless Mr. Denault tells us whatever they're representing will insulate the city in all perspectives. My secondary question, are you only putting arborvitaes in front of those couple of houses then, right there? Or was the plan to put them along the entire fence line that abuts Somerset Park?
So in this proposal, it's to purchase 10 arborvitaes that will take care of basically 2 houses through there. The neighbor to the east already has arborvitaes on the inside of their fence. So it would essentially be the 2 households in question to the west.
Okay, so to me, what that is the squeaky wheels getting oiled, which is not how I do business. When I have a problem with my neighbor because I don't like something, I incur the expense and I put up my arborvitaes and boom, problem solved. So I love that the one neighbor did it themselves. And I can appreciate the complaints of the other neighbor, but at the same time, it is what it is. I would rather see you said 10 feet apart, a 16-foot tall arborvitae, which is a very tall arborvitae. And when they die, that's why they're very expensive. If you look in the plans, to go from an 8-foot to a 16-foot is 2.5 times the price. How wide is a 16-foot arborvitae when planted? Because 10 to 12 feet apart, at 16 feet, how much of a gap is there going to be?
They will fill together. It will be a wall. There will be seamless.
Immediately or like?
Eventually.
Eventually.
That's what I'm saying. When you plant them
Yeah.
immediately, how wide, and I know it's an estimate.
How wide are they
Yep.
when you first plant them?
Yep.
If I had to give you an estimate, I'd say 6 feet wide.
Yeah.
But that's why you plant them 10 to 12 feet apart.
I got it. So they're 6 feet wide and okay, got it.
Right.
All right, so I would rather see not starting with a 16-foot arborvitae, but starting with something smaller for 2 reasons, and all along the fence line, because I do think it would beautify the park. It would reduce it'd beautify the park. That's my number one reason. I think it would just make that park pop more because it'd be a nice green wall. And it would then help all of the residents in that area with noise, with any concerns they might have. My other concern with going with the 16-foot, when they die, they're very temperamental, and when they die, you got to replace them. So I'd rather do a lower cost, let them grow, and they grow pretty fast. I mean, I started with little ones, and they go pretty fast. So that's my opinion, as opposed to, I mean, I'm kind of in the do nothing, but I like the green wall because I think it actually will make the park better.
So I agree 80%. The only issue that I have with that is, okay, but by the amount of years it's going to take for it to get as tall as the structure, we're not taking care of the issue where the gentleman has the pool.
Well, okay, but so here's the dilemma.
Yep.
So we put up 16 foot, beautiful.
Yep.
A year and a half goes by, the warranty's off on the plants, they die.
Yep.
Now what?
And then you pull it out and you put another one in.
Okay. A year and a half goes by, now what? A different one dies, a different one dies, a different one dies. Suddenly we're 20 grand into arborvitae's for 2 houses, which I'm trying to do a cost benefit analysis,
Absolutely.
right? Does that make sense? But I get it. I get that it's not going to solve the problem tomorrow, but it's going to reduce the problem because it's going to create a sound barrier, and then it's the angle issue so that you don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, 10-foot would help a lot, because I climbed that thing myself and looked. And the fence is not actually, because there's so much fill in both properties, it's originally a 6-foot fence.
Uh-huh.
It only measures barely 5 foot.
Because they built.
So
yep, nope, I got it,
Now,
yeah.
if you plant those trees, a 10-foot is really going to actually be 11 and a half.
Got it.
So 11 footers are half the cost.
See what you see where I'm
If you
going?
berm it, if you just berm it a little bit, and add another half a foot to a berm, build it up, now you got good flow of the water anyway.
Cheaper.
Now you're 12 foot tall.
Can we do
We can do that.
No. But I get that I'm not necessarily lowering the overall expense, but I'm making it more grandiose and more appealing
You
to
do it for
all.
everybody, because you're not setting a precedent, like,
Bingo, because
everyone screams, we got to buy trees.
yeah, because I'm going to start asking for trees because they did something, the city did something, I'm blaming them.
So I would say that
I like the berm.
you might
like the
want to
berm.
extend the scope a little bit and come back with a plan with maybe a berm.
Well, now that I know what you want, I'll go back to the drawing board.
I do want to commend you, though, also for being proactive and trying to get, I meant to say it before, multiple options, multiple quotes, because it makes it so much easier for us to, like, right away, we're like, oh, shoot, we can't do that, never mind. So, thank you for that.
Now, this berm and the
Really
arborvitae's,
a big berm, but you know what I'm talking about. Land.
right, but you want this the whole length of, just so we're clear, you want this the whole length of the park, right? Along the neighbors. Right.
Kind of.
That's what I want.
You may
You
be
need
able
to go to the park.
Let me give you an idea too.
Where it's physically able to do and aesthetically pleasing so that each of the households creates a privacy barrier.
You know where that big tree is? There's the big tree that's all up there. There's the big tree. I would stop before that big tree because that's going to be too, because after that, there's tree. That's too much. And the playscape at that point is not invading any.
Absolutely, that's why I was just
So
making it clear. I mean,
I don't mind going a couple over, but I'm just telling you that would be way too much greenage in that park. Way.
Just pick a time, we'll go look at it
Bingo.
and talk about it, because I got some other ideas that we can.
okay.
But the concept is such that,
concept
I
there,
mean,
but-
whether you're talking about, 3/4, and I will go check it out.
And you can come back
I'll
with
meet you, Mr. Mayor.
We're a good plan.
Thank you.
Sure.
Why don't you just come to my house?
Councilman Sutherland.
Learned a new word today, berm. I would just, so I want to, what Patrice said about asking the resident as well. If we're going to be meeting up at the park and we're going to be talking about it, because if we're putting a Band-Aid on something or something that could be perceived as a Band-Aid, it wouldn't hurt to loop this resident in.
Well, those residents.
Well, those residents, yes, thank you.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
It just doesn't hurt to ask.
Just letting them know we technically don't have to do
Right.
anything. I mean, that's the problem when you invite discussion, they then create expectations.
Which,
Unfortunately, we can't do. We don't have the money to do it, like,
our visit did at one point create expectations
Uh-huh.
misinterpreted.
yep.
So we talked it out, we sent multiple communications. and,
Good.
Mr. Winowicki, did you have something? Okay. Thank you, Mark. Sure, I'll let you.
It's Deanna Reiner again. Just a question on the playscape. Is there anything that the manufacturer has made with the playscape that it could be lowered? Like, not a bit.
As part of ladders and slides and all that, the whole thing would have to be.
I thought I'd ask. I figured somebody would have mentioned it. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
We could excavate down.
Item H, the sewer television contract extension.
We just found our water park. We're going to create a moat around it.
Oh my gosh, it really would be.
Mr. Vigran, thank you for coming.
Good evening. We are here before you tonight to request council's approval for the extension of Pipe Tech's contract for a 4th year for the sewer CCTV cleaning and investigation program. This was first awarded in 2018 to Pipe Tech, the low bidder of 4 bidders. We initially intended to do a year of CCTV and clean and then transition into a year of rehab. We were very happy with Pipe Tech's service. We, at that time, requested that their contract be extended for a 1st year. And now this would be the 4th year and would take us all the way around the city. They have once again held their 2018 bid prices with one exception, and that is traffic control, largely because the first year that the project was bid, they were in the industrial district. There was really no major streets involved. This year, we're in the southeast quadrant of the city, so there's work on 13-mile Masonic, 14-mile Groesbeck, Utica, and Kelly roads. It's a significant increase in cost to them, and they've asked that the council consider that as part of the extension request. The total amount that would be included this year is $206,859. This is, again, consistent with previous bids, and we feel it is still advantageous to award this contract extension versus going back out to bid, given the current bid prices that we're seeing elsewhere.
Could we use our road? Do we have enough road stuff to supply them with to use or no? If we were to set up the road directions, the arrows and stuff, or?
The issue with that is you take on liability.
Okay, I just thought.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, there's
yeah.
always a liability.
Yep, it's liability.
Yep. Okay. Ms. Shornack, you were first. Right here.
Yeah, I know, right. I would make a motion then to move forward with, let me get back to the top of their names.
Pipe Tech Infrastructure.
There you go. Yeah, Pipe Tech Infrastructure Services, thank you, because that's not on our thing, for a sewer televising contract extension.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the motion? Any comments from the audience? I see none. I'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
A returning business, parks and recreation signs.
Sewer liner.
Sewer line contract.
Sewer line
Aye.
first.
Item I.
I'm sorry. Sewer line contract.
So in front of you, I have a proposal to approve a 3-year contract with Granite Inliner. In March of 2021, so last March, the city of Allen Park put out for bid Cure in Place project, sewer lining rehabilitation contract, and the cheapest prices were Granite Inliner. And I would like to piggyback off their contract. That saves us money from putting the RFP out. They have given us a letter which is attached honoring those same prices. This does a few things. Right now, we have a contract that we just extended with Pipe Tech to go and video and clean the city's sewers. When they are done with that, they take the data and they put it on a flash drive, then it goes to AEW. AEW would comprise a list of all the areas in the city that need rehabilitation, whether it's lining or if it has to be dug up and repaired, whatever that may be. And then we prioritize that by the severity of the issue. If we were to award Granite Inliner the 3-year contract, that allows Mike and I to review the data and put together a 3-year rehabilitation plan, and we already have the numbers in this contract. Meaning, Mike and I sit down and we say, okay, this year we're going to do this area of the city, it's this amount of feet, this many inches pipe. We know exactly how much it's going to cost. So in the next 2 months, we will budget for that for the next fiscal year to do this amount of lining. So it allows us to budget for it. In addition, they offer sewer cleaning and cammering as well, and repairs, that if we have any emergency work that has to be done. This Pipe Tech, the contract with Pipe Tech is to continue the entire city. And that's for a capital improvement project. That is not for if a contractor bores through our sewer at 2 o'clock in the morning and we got to call somebody out to TV the line for us so we can see if we can make the repair or if we have to farm that out. This would cover that as well, an emergency basis. So this is pretty much an as-needed contract. They only do the work that we give them. And we have the set prices in the contract before we even give them the work.
So do we know if is it a cost save, or do we know what, like if we don't use it?
If we don't use them, it doesn't cost us anything. The only time it's going to cost us anything is when we utilize the prices that they have laid out in the contract, that they agreed to honor what Allen Park's contract is. So it was put out for bid on, it was either BidNet or Mitten, one of the two. And you have the bid tab attached. So again, this allows us to forecast how much it's going to cost to line the areas of the sewer we need. It's a 3-year contract, so within that 3 years, we should be able to take care of the whole city section by section and forecast what it's going to cost ahead of time.
So let me just, so I'm clear on it. So how long will it take the camera and get that data to look at it, turn it around, the data, before a project could start on a sewer?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're on the last year of that, correct? So they already have 2 years' worth of data already. So we'll start with that. And so.
You're not starting over with it?
No, we're not starting over, no.
Councilman Winniewicki.
Yeah, so this is a contract basically to secure pricing and secure pricing for future years. It's not, we're not spending any money by signing this contract, but we're assuring that we're getting the best bang for the buck right now.
Correct.
Because we're piggybacking with another municipality. So we're getting that built-in discount. We're not spending any money until we absolutely have to. But when we have to, we know we're spending less than what we would have if we didn't have this contract.
Correct.
So I'd make a motion to approve the extension, the contract extension with, and I just put it great.
Granite Inliner.
Granite Inliner, yeah.
Good motion.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Councilman Sutherland?
I just had a question. So Allen Park, did they call us? Like, how did this come to be? Like, us to partner with Allen Park?
Because I'm the president of the APWA, the American Public Works Association. So I meet every month with all the DPW directors within the area.
Okay.
So we talk about, that's why we meet. We talk about different projects or different problems we're having or whatever, and then we bounce ideas off of each other. We also do community aid. For instance, if Roseville had a power outage, we would loan them our generators to get their pumps up and running, and they would do the same for us, so.
Okay, so it was just kind of at a meeting like, hey, we've got this going on and wanted to piggyback off it.
Absolutely.
Just curious.
Yep.
City networking. Let's go.
Right, got it.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I have a question too, just to understand. So the type of repairs that they would do when they're now under contract, who's been doing them up to this date? Is this something the DPW was doing? Or
it's-
have they not been done other than on emergency basis?
So, well, there's multiple repairs.
Okay,
So, for the most part, our DPW would do the repairs.
okay,
However, we do not have an excavator. We have a backhoe.
okay.
If the sewer is at a certain depth, then it's going to require an excavator. This is kind of like a backup assurance that if we did have, like happened on the sinkhole, right?
Okay.
We don't have an excavator to dig down that deep.
Got it.
I mean, that would be way worse
No.
case scenario, right? But for the most part, where they would be utilized though is for the sewer lining. And I don't know if everybody knows what sewer lining is, but it looks like a big sock that they put through the sewer, and then they heat it up with hot water and steam. And then when it's done, it's a resin coating that goes all the way around the sewer that makes it nice and smooth and slick. And it looks like PVC now instead of rigid concrete that's all jacked up.
So this is not a contract that would replace repairs that the DPW could and has traditionally done?
Absolutely not.
And this is not something that you could then, and it's not offense to you, it's about transparency and accountability. Oh, I'm going to just call them up and say, here's $200,000 in repairs, go do it.
No.
Okay.
No. Again, this would be, Mike and I would take the
retainer.
footage.
Got it.
And then, like, we will come before you here in the next couple of months with the budget, and there'll be a line item that says sewer lining. And, we'll be, and I'm just making up a number, $200,000, okay? But that $200,000 is based off, Mike will have what streets are being done, how many inch sewers is, how many feet of sewers, according to the contract, and according to Granite Inlighter's pricing, and according to what Pipe Tech, the data that Pipe Tech gave AEW.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Mr. Vigoron, I just want to make sure my neighborhood is on there. You don't have to get out. I just want to say.
That's not allowed.
No, wait.
That is not
No,
allowed.
there's a reason.
No.
Because I was going to ask Mark at the end how many water breaks we've had, because we still have water breaks in my neighborhood. So mine must be the worst because we still have a ton of them.
So this
He won't let us.
is sewer, this is for sanitary sewer and
Do a water line.
storm sewer.
Don't mix your good water in your bad
You're
water.
killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
The only time that you're ever going to cure and place a water main would be if you had like, say, Birmingham downtown, because water is 90% of the time is always cheaper to excavate water than it is to cure and place. But there are cases where if it's a downtown area and the water main runs under the sidewalk and you don't want to disrupt those businesses, that you may actually use cure and place. But for the most part, it's for sewers and
Unfortunate.
storms.
I just want it fixed. I'm tired of seeing the trucks in my neighborhood. How many water breaks have we had? Do you know, by the way?
How many?
Random. Water breaks had we had this year after we put in the valves?
Yes, we just ran a sheet on it. I believe we're up to, what? Is it 7? Okay, 7.
Down from,
All at your house.
49. 49.
all in my neighborhood, pretty much.
Down from 49.
That's awesome. Well, so we just wanted residents to know us spending money on those valves was a good idea.
Yeah, we knew that was going to work.
I mean, it's going to happen when it's this cold.
Oh, I know.
Regardless if there's PRVs or not. But the true testament was this summer, because last summer I wasn't here the summer before, but the summer before you guys were popping water mains left and right. And anytime you blow a water main during the summer, it's from a pressure differential. It's not from
Good to know.
the ground thawing.
Right now, we're off topic.
I move the previous
Ms. Levin?
question.
Just a quick comment on that. I did forget to forward the report, kind of got a little bit buried in my email this week. But I did ask Ragsdale for a report on the water main breaks. 2019, there were 25. In 2020, there were 59. 2021, there were 20. And so far this year, there have been 7.
Good info. Thanks.
So they've definitely declined.
The PRVs went online. I started April 12th, and ironically, that's when the PRVs went online, was the day I started.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
I'm looking for a,
Decision you made.
I'm looking for a motion.
We already have.
You made it in a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep, you're good.
I called the previous, I
I-
moved the previous.
I went to Miss Sutherland. We have a motion and second. Any comments and questions? Any more? I see none. Any in the audience? Bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll re-adjourn at 9 o'clock.
By the way, so apparently we have
And
a
thank you for keeping the heat on.
Call the meeting back to order at 5:09.
Mike's trying to
How's that
make-
working?
Is Mike trying to make it?
You know what I think?
Wondering why your light's on so long.
Good boy. Good boy.
I did not take my medication.
So he's got no excuse other than
He's trying to
CRS.
make me feel better. Keep going, Mike.
Okay. Item 8, returning business, Parks and Recreation signs. It's been a while, so let's try to tackle this one as kind of quickly as we can, but make sure we cover it.
So I'm aware that in 2020, the council had advised the former DPW director of, they wanted some park and rec signs for all, some park signs for all the parks. But unfortunately, that information was not transferred to me. It was then issued to the former finance director / Parks and Rec director. He picked up the baton and was running with it. And when he left, I was handed off a folder that had a bunch of pictures in it and some pricing, but there was no directive. So I am looking for directive from the city council of exactly what you want. I've made some suggestions, but this is pretty much a discussion of what you want, what needs to be at what park, so that I have an idea. I'm looking for the style of sign you want, the color pattern, and a price range that you want to stay within. The only piece of advice that I have is I would really caution not using the color white with park signs, because they're gonna be weed whacking around them and mowing grass and things of that nature. So it's gonna be very hard to keep the color white clean. That's just my own personal experience and opinion. But other than that, I'm looking for some directive of what the city council wants so that I can get this job task off my list.
I do have one question, just to make sure, for Mr. Denault. I know council, we've already done this. Oh, I'm sorry. I know we've done this. We've actually given council, council's given direction already on this, what signs, the amounts and all this, and obviously nothing's been done, so because nothing was done, we can start over without worrying about what we've already said we're gonna do.
Make a
without any
motion to
problems, or do we need a motion to neglect what we, or
Motion to rescind what we
what we
previously.
did or anything?
No, I think any motion you make that differs from the past motions would just supersede those, so.
Okay.
Because it's always majority, it's always will of council, and if will of council changes over time, then it just supersedes what was willed in the past.
Right, because, yeah, like I said, we've all done this before, but now we got new people, we start all over, we're about a year and a half behind, so now it's gonna cost us more, I know that, but I will open the floor. Councilwoman Shornack.
So I just want to, I know you said no white, but if they're primarily blue and then outlined in white, so like the lettering's in white, that would still work, right?
Yeah, just keep in mind, it's not gonna stay white. I mean, it's gonna
Nothing
be
stays the
dingy.
color, and everything fades with time, so. But I'm saying just like the lettering would be white, but the actual sign's blue. I don't know, I know the color what? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh,
You're talking.
Oh, well, no, you're looking at me like with a question, and I'm like, what?
Well, I do
Because
have a question.
The ones we
I love the
decided
power
on.
I have over you.
No, but you're giving me that like, any which way.
You know the floor, go.
Any which way. So we picked blue and, I know we picked blue and white. They were predominantly blue with the writing was white. That was the ones that we originally had, yes, like this, like that kind of nuance. That's what we agreed to at the last council. I'm just letting you guys know what we agreed to. And they were similar to, except smaller, like this one you have from West Branch. They were like that, and metal, and the post not to be wood, because you guys do weed whack, and those wood posts look disastrous after a year or two because no one minds the little wood post, and they look like a cat's been, or a dog's been gnawing at them.
Absolutely, that's why I was gonna suggest that we put,
Metal.
block around it or landscaping or whatnot, whatever.
I know they make covers now.
Make covers for
They make covers, but those covers are plastic, and the weed whackers take those out too, and then you end up with the same problem. So, in copper? Isn't copper very costly? Any which way. Just for the simplicity, if we just have something simple, I don't think we should go anything ornate, anything too over the top. I think they should all be consistent through the park. I think we should stick with our Frazier colors. If it's not blue and, well, I would say blue and gold, but everybody vetoed that. So blue and white still works. But I personally, because we have already done this, like, I feel like 3 times really, I don't want to beat a horse to death. And they don't need to be like with the fireworks behind them kind of thing. They can be very simple, but very elegantly done simply. That's my thought process.
So you're saying you want the colors to be blue and white?
We have to vote on it. I'm saying what I would like to see, yes, and what we did vote on, but I'm just saying, I would like to see that, because I thought it reflected very nicely. They were very, do you have one like he had in the folder?
Well, my next question was going to be, you guys do want to replace the welcome to the city signs as well at the same time, correct?
That was part of our original motion to upgrade those signs, because some of
This would be my suggestion for the city signs.
yeah, oh, that's different. We talked about.
Oh, see, you started out negative and turned it into a positive.
Maybe he listened to me.
Pass it over so we can see. Take one down, pass it around. I like that one.
Yeah, I like that.
I know. I feel like it's the 3rd time as well. So, but it's blue and white, and that's what I'm saying. It's simple but elegant, not too ornate, not too in your face, but it still does a very nice job representing the city. I think so.
So my suggestion, what's that?
Our current ones, do they say City of Fraser or Welcome to Fraser? They say Welcome.
Welcome to Frazier. My suggestion would be for the city signs that we replace the ones that are in the right-of-ways, like the county right-of-ways, with those, except for the one that is at the Baumgartner House. I would suggest that we put a nice monument-style sign there because we actually own the property.
So you're like talking that one that's down page 2.
Yes, from like the city, the Missouri, the town in Missouri.
So do we have also, with that, like, how long these last or the warranties behind them when they're installed? Do we have that information?
I do not, because I didn't know what you wanted yet. I can come back, with all that, but the first step is to find out what you actually want.
Right. No, I know, but I guess I'm saying, once we've kind of made an overall decision, I'd like the pricing behind the options. And
Sure.
the warranties. The warranties are big.
Absolutely. I'm looking for direction right now. I can come back with a plan, pricing and all that, but right now I have nothing.
Well, one of the goals of the council was actually, we redid this park, so we wanted to put the signs on and actually kind of have, a past council member had a grand opening of the park or introduce the new park with the sign, and that kind of fell away because, this just got lost. So it's something that we, want to get done, pretty quick. It's like I said, it's been 2 years, so almost, and now you got the baton, and
Don't drop it.
see how fast you can do 440 now.
No pressure. No pressure.
Councilwoman Sutherland. That looks nice.
So I will say that I do actually like the blue and gold, which as a Spartan hurts my heart to say that out loud, but I do. We did get an email from a resident this week about a sign that was previously approved by the Parks and Rec Commission. So if Mr. Ragsdale, if you're going to be vetting out some of these ideas, I think it would be a good idea to resurrect that. The sign was very similar to signage in Rochester Hills. It was it was pretty. We all liked it. We could follow similar color patterns because there was some customizable options there. So I just think that, I think it was, Elaine, you might have to help me, November 10th, 2020 meeting that was referenced. I can get back with
I
you.
looked at that, and it was not on that agenda.
Okay, so I'll do some digging then and look.
What, that it?
Nope. what you were just flipping through, not that page, the one above it, like on the bottom there, the next one on the bottom. Yes, that's what we were, that's what we were
Oh,
all
yeah, I
looking at.
remember those.
Yes, that's what we were looking at. Yes, exactly.
Yep.
That's
That's
what
what we
we
voted on.
voted on.
Yep.
The Rochester Hills signs, though, are like a similar like structure to what's at McKinley. Not coloring. McKinley has a very,
Are you talking the barrier
yeah,
free?
yes, this is it. Exactly, on the left.
Yeah.
We had really liked that one. So, to me, coming back with those options, because I'm sure whatever quotes that we had attached to that back then with supply chain and years are gone, but
That's a tricolor one. Do we really want to do a tricolor?
I personally.
So I don't know that there was any quotes for those,
No.
for that particular one.
Can you get that one that you had there?
I
Because
don't
that's
think-
the
I
one
don't
we were
think-
looking, those were the ones we were looking at, Mark.
I don't think this is a
And the other one too,
three-dimensional sign,
that other one,
It's
because
not.
that was going to be the sign like at the.
It's not.
Yeah.
But that's,
it right
a
there.
a lot of parks, that's the more, modern
That's like
look, is
how
that they
the-
are not the two-dimensional
That's what
looking.
they said.
I remember
That's why we
those too.
changed. Because we
I
like
remember
that
those.
better.
But these were the other.
Oh, that's exactly it. And we
These
then
were-
talked
yeah.
about the wording and
Exactly,
because
exactly.
we like, there was a long, long.
But I like that for our Welcome to Fraser sign.
These are.
And the one of the
these are
signs says the City of Fraser
two-
welcomes you. I don't know where it is, but I just found it on the city website. I don't remember where it is.
Those are
Like
the
on Gardner House or
Cadillacs.
what?
These are the Buicks.
You like
That's
that?
the one.
That's the welcome to Fraser, but there's another one that says.
No, that's why Mr. Mayor, we
Yeah, we approved.
We saw this and we chose
"Okay,
that.
yeah, it is."
Because Nick gave us that too, and we said, that's the Fraser I want.
I just, if we talk about consistency too, right, so we have an existing sign in
There you go,
McKinney.
Mark.
We just approved an electronic sign to go into the senior activity center, like, I just want to make sure that things are getting
Yeah, I
pulled
wanna see it.
together and that we're vetting out.
McKinley's
different
going to be different than.
options. It's going to be.
It's going to
but-
be different
But
from
as
the
far
rest
as
of our
like,
signs
got that
because Fraser
one-dimensional
first paid
printing
for it.
though.
Let's have a,
So,
Sorry.
oh, good.
let me get other people, then you can, with your questions, so you have a better direction, Mark?
Yep.
Councilman Baranski?
Yeah, so, the McKinley sign, we had no role in.
Right.
It was done, donated, we didn't even approve it being placed. I don't know who did, whatever. But this was what we approved after reviewing this and this, because we wanted it to last longer. And based on what Nick was telling us, this, and then I know Mr. Winniwicky has a lot of experience from his real job. These type of signs are going to last longer, more bang for our buck, because we didn't want to replace that. And I know Mr. Lesage, because I think he had a lot of knowledge about the shelf life of these, and it wasn't long enough for the cost. So I think that is why we went in this direction, because we were trying to get 20 to 25 years out of them as opposed to 10 to 12. The question I have for you, and I appreciate you getting us a quote just for reference point, the quote you did, what type of signs, so there's this quote for $17,000 for a bunch of signs, I'm assuming, or, yeah, like, nine? Oh, 9 signs and all, then the placement of the signs? Is that what this quote is?
That's square footage.
Got it.
That's square footage. So it's 9 signs with the 18 poles. That's not installation, that's just, and that's a Michigan Department of Corrections, by the way.
No, and I love that. Hey,
Wait a minute, they
you know
made
what?
my license plate and I had to get that replaced, so I don't think we should go with that.
Let's talk about our
Sorry, I
LG.
had to say it.
So,
No, I'm going to go there for a second, just to get some context. So this is only 9 signs, because then there's 4 and 1 and all, I didn't know. But, okay, so this is the price for 9 signs. What type of signs?
the picture's in your packet. It's the one that shows the Metro Park.
This,
That right there.
which is kind of similar-ish to some of the park signs we had. Same concept, that wood. Got it, okay.
And my recommendation would have been for that to be green and a taupe, or the letters to be taupe and tan.
Yeah, and we talked about that because we talked about being able to see at night. I know you had a lot, so I want to hear from you about the color scheme.
Yeah, so if you go
If
with
it's
the
okay
green
with
and
you.
the taupe, a lot of the green will blend in at night, so you're not really seeing them at night.
So,
That's why we said to go.
oh, you think
blue and-
brown you can see
No,
at night?
no. That's why we went to blue.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to say, because that's a park sign that they use, standard brown and,
No, we don't want brown. I don't want brown.
Ooh, no brown.
I don't want brown, I don't want white,
Well,
because
everyone
I
thinks it's
appreciate
a
what you
state park.
said, and in 1 year, white is going to be dingy. It's not going to fade, it's going to be dirty.
Right.
I just was trying to figure out, so we had a context that 9 signs like this would cost $17,000 and deteriorate from day one because they're
Sandblasted cedar.
wood.
That's why it's so cheap.
Okay, got it.
'Cause the price we had was $100,000.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, yeah, no, the price, the park signs they brought to us was $100,000, yeah,
$1,000
initially,
initially, yeah.
yeah.
Really, because I thought we got it down to like.
Well, we said, let's try to get it down. And then your recommendation would be the sign for the street that you passed around, is it kind of like this? I know it's a different shape and higher, but
Yeah,
it's that
it's kinda-
same concept?
Yeah, it's the same concept, but keep in mind, either one you use, in the county right-of-ways, you'd have to have a separate sign, a separate pole for the community clubs, the Kiwanis.
Just like they do.
Yeah, like they do. Because right now, we have them, it's on the same sign, and they're like hanging over. There's one at
Yep.
at 13 in Hayes, there's one at 14 in, or excuse me, 15 in Hayes.
Is there anywhere, and I 100% agree, I think, I love what did you call this? The monument piece? The monument sign? Is there anywhere else, any other 4 corners, or we only have?
No, the only
corner.
place that you can put the monument, welcome to the city monument style, a sign would be at the Bumgarner House. Because we don't own any of the property anywhere else. That's all county right-of-ways.
It just creates a great photo op too. Like, it's just a fun, like, for scavenger hunts and,
Yep.
you know what I
Now,
mean? Like, or senior party, or senior photos. I don't know, I love
do-
this
I
concept.
do recommend, though, for the park signs for Steffens Park, that we go with 2 monument signs. We tear down the brick structure that's
Oh,
got
you're
the
right.
2 drinking fountains that don't work,
Yep.
that's falling apart. And same thing on 14 Mile, you have
Okay.
that monument-style brick that's got an old
Okay.
bulletin board in there that's falling apart. I would replace both of those with
But-
your
How much?
Steffens
So
Park
now we're at
sign.
wish list, because I'm like, yeah, but now how much per monument
monument
sign
style.
ballpark? What do you think, is a monument sign 25 grand?
I can come back, they're all different prices because it depends on the style
Yeah.
of monument style.
Well, yeah, so I just don't want you to, like, sell me on the, not even a Cadillac, you're talking Lexus or Mercedes.
Somebody could make a motion to send me back, you just tell me what you
Got it.
want, and I can come back with prices. Next month, I can come back with prices and that sort of thing, but as of right now, I have no idea what you want.
It looks kind of simple because, that's the basic sign. You understand the poles, and if it's going to be a monument sign, we would use the same sign for all 3 little spots.
Right.
We're not going to change and have 3 different monument signs.
I like these.
know?
On the monument.
Yep.
Blue
So
and gold?
you would look like that, if everyone likes
do.
that color, then that
What
would
we-
just be inserted into the
I
monument
like it, but
sign.
I still would like to know about the other, the signs that are similar to Rochester. I like those. I think they're very modern and they're very clean, and I think that it's what our advisory board had voted on previously.
Oh, that, sure.
So,
Oh, hold on. Look at, he's going to let everyone see it.
okay,
I love it.
zoom in.
You can be the hand model.
So what are these signs constructed of? Does anybody know?
Hold on. No, now this is what Councilmember Sutherland.
Well, some were 3D plastic, like the tech. wood.
Resin?
Yeah, resin.
Oh, still.
And then we had a quote for metal, and then
Put them side by
quote
side.
for the tech wood.
And what is the council wanting me to
I could do both. Get quotes on both.
get quotes on both? Okay.
Plastic and the metal.
Oh, nice, because that way then we have,
And then get the quote on the monument signs, 3 of them.
with the monument, yeah.
And then if not, you add the other Steffens Park signs to that.
And you're wanting metal poles, correct? For the park signs?
I like those black poles, yeah.
Reese wants the poles not to get chopped down by weed whackers. That's,
I think it's a reasonable request.
I agree.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted metal poles or if you wanted landscaping around them, so.
Downside of landscaping is that means upkeep, which
The only
means
one that'll
labor.
probably have
The
do
monument.
that is the Baumgartner House, because right now that sign is right in the middle of like a very nicely well-kept little garden.
Okay, so now at least I have an idea. And the last thing is, and Dave and I spoke earlier about this, with Boris Park and especially Somerset Park, none of those options are gonna work because with Somerset Park, there is no green belt. The sign will have to be attached to the fence.
Right.
Right.
So, you essentially need to go with like a 10 feet wide fence because that's how far apart your fence poles are, unless we install new poles.
I was gonna say, I'd rather see 2 poles.
Why can't you put the
fence
poles
and then above-
behind the fence and the sign?
You gotta have the sign above the fence, or people are gonna walk by, drive by the fence, or just.
Right. So you put, it's a sign that is posted
So you want
behind the
fence,
fence,
you want
higher
it
than
above
the
the
fence.
fence. I just didn't know if that was any issue doing that or not.
Especially you got Masonic there. I mean, you want it,
Right now it's on the fence, so above it, you can see it.
So you want the poles put in the park, then right behind the fence, and then the sign above the fence.
absolutely,
That seems,
That is in the green belt inside the
yes.
park.
Yep.
Okay.
does anyone
Hey,
else want?
but
a
color,
picture of this?
ladies and
I
gentlemen.
would suggest we do that at
Don't
Boris
forget
as
you have
well.
the Frazier.
Well, the
sign at
color isn't
Myers.
gonna change the
Frazier
price.
sign at Myers, too.
Yeah.
Yes,
all
the
the
welcome to
signs.
Frazier, that would be that style,
Right.
Right,
that style right there.
that's good.
We're in essence replacing all of the signs in the city to have a consistent theme, consistent colors, modernized, classic, clean, color to be determined, cost to be determined.
One last question. Do you want the same color pattern for the welcome to city signs as your park signs?
Yes.
Yeah, make it all, that's why it's cheaper and it's.
Okay, and so we're going to blue and the gold, correct?
We're going to get both.
Here's what, ask them if there's a difference in price between colors. So you get a quote for blue and gold and say, if I change the colors, does it change the price? Because it doesn't matter. If it doesn't change the price, we can then, like, you know what I mean? If it's
Find
a,
out about the other sign type too, though.
yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You don't have support from the other people, though.
We'll see. Once we get some prices in, we know more about it.
Yeah, for
Do we
sure.
want to
Doesn't
sign
hurt
at the
to be
wedge?
informed.
What's that?
Is that our property?
Yeah.
At the wedge, it's just kind of lost there.
The wedge.
I would wedge.
Garfield and
I didn't even know that was our property,
Wedge.
to be honest.
Well, that'd get taken out. So many cars go through that.
To be determined. We'll see how much they cost.
There you go.
Yeah, but so many cars go through that.
Yeah.
We get accidents there all the time.
Well, that's what I said. We'll see how much it costs. We can always add one. We haven't agreed to anything yet.
Or you do have direction.
Yeah, at least I can go back and watch it on YouTube and
Or just call one of us.
But you see, you had more than you knew. You just didn't know how the puzzle
How
pieces
easy that was?
together. And you brought
Wasn't even
it,
that
we all
long.
remembered once we saw it. As I knew we did something classic and simple and
Okay, item 8B, Parks and Recreation Staffing. This could be Elaine or Sarah.
Yeah, we've actually got Amy Sell online to talk about this. She's provided some job descriptions for your review. And we also did provide some additional information that Sarah collected from some other communities to take into consideration. Is Amy there? You're muted, Amy.
Yep, sorry about that. Getting my lighting back. Yep.
Okay, we can hear you.
Great.
I guess you have the floor.
So I put together 2 job descriptions to demonstrate the opportunities for a full-time role to be able to handle more of the job duties and support the activities that need to happen to provide recreation to all ages, as was mentioned at the last council meeting. So I do recommend going forward with that. I think there's still some opportunities to further define the strategy that was discussed and bringing in an outside consultant to further identify what the long-term plan is, but to be able to make some immediate needs in terms of summer recreation programming, I think it's essential that we provide Sarah with a full-time resource to be able to pull together and support the activities at the senior center and add additional recreation programs as we're coming into a new phase of the pandemic. I want to take advantage of the parks and activities for the community.
Councilman Odell?
Amy, on the full-time recreation coordinator, you didn't have a salary amount. Did you have a rough idea what you think would be appropriate salary for this type of position?
I've been looking at some comparables, and the city of Troy recently posted a senior rec supervisor position with a full-time salary of 59 to 66,000, which is around about $30 an hour. So I would say in the range would be one comparable, but I would say between $25 to $30 per hour would be where I think would be a comfortable range, or about $50,000 to $60,000 per year.
Thank you.
You said, though, that was a senior activity person?
That was a senior recreation
Oh, senior recreation.
supervisor at the city of Troy. So that was just one posting that was up on the Michigan Municipal League that I looked at most recently.
So when you're saying senior, you're just meaning an advanced position, not senior citizens and recreation? Or,
I believe that role did cover, they had a senior center as well. That,
oh, okay.
provided senior activities as well. Other comparables have been in the $45,000 to $60,000 range, but salaries have been increasing as you might have been reading. Inflation and increasing salaries is a trend, and so I think that kind of speaks to it. But I think having a comfortable range between, again, $45,000 to $60,000 would, provide you with plenty candidates, and hopefully we could find some people on the lower side of that range who would have the passion and skills to be able to fulfill this role.
Okay, thank you.
Recreation coordinators.
Pardon?
That's for the recreation coordinator. That's the recommended salary. There's two positions. There's part-time and there's the coordinator. I just want to make sure that it's clear.
Any other questions from anybody?
No.
Go ahead, Mr. Odell.
All right, so I think this is a good blended position that will fill the needs of the senior center, hopefully opening up full-time for the time being, and eventually having some recreation activities as we develop a plan going forward, whether we use McKenna or go in another direction. So I'd like to make a motion that we post the recreation coordinator for a salary range between $50,000 and $60,000, depending on experience, to fully staff the senior center, along with starting recreational programs.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Through the chair to Councilmember Odell, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Is this then eliminating the current approval for the part-time senior center position?
I would say.
Or is this in addition to that position that is still been authorized?
I would say let's replace it with a full-time so we can get full-time hours. And then as next budget year comes about and we hopefully have a plan in place or working, then we can reassess those needs if we need more people part-time
Okay.
at that point.
Okay, okay, that was my question. Can I speak then? Okay, so, so the one beautiful thing that's changed from last meeting to this meeting is we just eliminated Amy Sell and added another hat to your multiple hats. And I want to commend you because every day I am seeing, and right now you have a part-time, you have 2 part-timers. That's it, right?
I have myself, Diane over at the Senior Activity Center, and Hunter, when I'm able to steal her away from the finance end of things.
Right, and Diane is part-time, correct?
Yes.
And Hunter, so at most, I know when we created the position, it was anticipated she would be at most half-time to you, or to that department. So it sounds like you're not getting her even maybe a quarter of a
Unfortunately, we've
time?
been a little busy on the finance end of things, especially trying to tackle more of our utility billing.
Right, so you and Diane, you and a part-time employee, part-time plus, have single-handedly brought back the senior center with more and more programs every day. And I saw the calendar, it's full every day.
Yep, Diane's done a fabulous job getting programming in there. We're working on trying to get silver sneaker status so we can have it where the upfront membership and the daily cost is covered. Many Medicare Advantage plans offer silver sneakers for free, so it would be something where we're getting reimbursed through that program, and our residents and non-residents that utilize the facility don't have an out-of-pocket cost then as well.
Okay, so where would you see this, so I still have concerns because obviously we do not have, well, let me ask you this. Did you find any facilities that we could do children's programs, non-senior programming, either at free or significantly reduced costs such that we would be able to recoup them within the enrollment cost for the programs?
I'm meeting with the Arts Academy in the Woods principal next week to discuss the feasibility of using their facility. I did reach out to various religious and other institutions within the community, and we were pretty much denied.
Politely said, thanks, but no thanks.
Unfortunately, a lot of the places like the VFW and the Lions Club would be a great facility, but they also rely on the rental income, and it is steeper than we could probably recoup on a nightly event.
Okay, so as of right now, you've reached out, I'm assuming, to Fraser Public Schools and the churches in the area.
Yeah.
And we don't have a facility that financially would be feasible to run any sort of, the floor hockey, the basketball, all of those programs that we used to run out of the now senior center. Is that a fair assessment?
As of right now, we don't have.
Okay, so what do you see this person doing on a full-time basis that would then add health insurance, 401k matches, legacy expenses? Not in 2 years, but for the next year. Does that make sense?
More the event planning end of things. It does take up substantial amount of work to try to put together, whether it be the parade, the farmers markets, the holiday events that need to have the long-term planning that I don't think has really been dedicated over the past year.
I guess my question is above and beyond the part-time. Like, we already approved the part-time, and to me, I think that part-time should have morphed and not just been senior. It should have been recreation, all ages. I guess I'm looking for what's the expectation of what that person's going to do now that you've got it going, and I get that you've done way more than 40 hours a week to get this going, on top of cleaning the bathrooms, we didn't forget. But what...
I'm retired from that.
Thank you. What do you envision this person doing to ensure that they have 40 hours a week? And the reason that I ask is we didn't have 40 hours of work for the person before. And so that's where I'm gun shy to turn around and add those legacy expenses, not just because we have the money this year, we have to have it every year, and we don't have enough money to fund the budget as it exists without additional tax. So that's why I'm asking.
If we were to expand the hours on the senior center in addition to the recreation component, I think there would be the need. I can't expect Diane to work in 40 hours a week, run her ragged, and I know she would like to be able to take a bathroom break and have some backup there on occasion.
Okay.
So having that overlap of an individual there, obviously if they were doing the recreation, they would need to have an office over in our building, and we do have the space in City Hall for them, so they'd have to float in between the facilities. But that would be the ultimate goal if we could add more time at the senior activity center, because there are a lot of things where people would like to, I know they wanted to have bridge, but most of the bridge groups within the area already are meeting in our time frame. And to have either a Friday or the extra hours within the Monday through Thursday, it would allow us to get some additional programming and have more senior activities that we aren't currently able to squeeze into our finite amount of time.
Okay, and that's a great example of exactly what I was looking for. What are the current hours at the senior center?
We are open 8 to 1.
Okay, and is the plan then at some point to even do evening and weekend activities potentially at the senior center? I know someone had asked me about that, so.
If we had the staffing,
right,
then the goal is to continue to add more. Right now, the constraints on our staffing and trying to keep Diane's hours in line is what has kind of pigeonholed us to the 8 to 1. We can't grow beyond what we have available.
Okay, thank you.
What's the feasibility of a possible part-time person coming in with the goal to turn it into a full-time job? To bring somebody in to trial it out, to see what kind of growth expectations there could be or programs? Because I know it's not going to take a full-time person to do the parade, the picnic, and stuff like that. That's, I mean, I've been doing it for 30-some years. I could probably do it for you. But it is a lot of work. I understand that. The parade is really hard. But just, I don't know, another part-time person. I mean, giving you more help and giving you, Hunter, more time dedicated to you. Have this person working on things that you can, just to see how it works out, how it pans out.
I guess it would be up to the individual if they were going to kind of develop the position, and that's what I've always foresaw for even with Hunter's role. What can we, I mean, you've given this person kind of the ability to grow in that position and do what they want with the recreation component. We really don't have a baseline, so I would hope that if we did bring in somebody even on a part-time level, they would strive to kind of develop things and help build the program up.
Or even Hunter, does she want to go full-time? Does she, I mean, is it her? Oh,
She's full-time.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, I forgot that, yeah.
But, I mean, Diane's been a fabulous example of somebody who I told her, I'm like, financially, we can't do anything too wild, but we've got from 8 to 1, what do you envision for this facility? And she's done an amazing job at getting programming in, and we've worked to really get the center full and get the doors back open and bodies in there. And most days, if you go, especially on our volleyball days, we are a packed parking lot.
Yeah, it was packed the other
Great to
day,
see.
pretty good, I saw. I think Elaine's got some good information that will help council.
I would just like to see, if we do move forward with this position, a little bit more clarification about this job, because if this is the person that we're bringing in to run Parks and Recreation, I think we need to make it clear that this person is not only going to be managing, directing, and supervising and coordinating, but also running the programs until we get to a point where we would be able to, as you know, the next line is hire and supervise the work of full, part-time, and seasonal staff. This person really needs to be hitting the ground running and doing everything from the get-go. I just think that should probably be made clear in this job description, that they're going to be putting in the time, they're going to be running the events, they're going to be coordinating, they're going to be doing mailings, all that kind of information. Because to begin with, they're not going to have the depth of staff to do all of that. I know Hunter has some time and Diane, but this person's really going to need to pull the weight of pretty much the whole department to begin with.
Did you also want to talk about the organization that we've just been talking about that came?
So there is a proposal that we have that will be on the agenda next month from Macomb County. And this is something that they had mentioned at the last meeting when they were here talking about the community development block grant that they were looking for funding. This is really a step above and beyond that. I know Sarah has talked to them and probably knows a little bit more information about it. But this is really something that can get us into doing some recreation without really having any immediate staffing.
Yeah, I mean, the list of, Sarah, if you can.
They have the non-conventional and the conventional recreation programming through this somewhat of a consortium that's run as a nonprofit. They not only have the kind of a lending library of all sporting equipment that they've run out of Mount Clemens, but they're looking to do everything from, I believe it was like karate down to flag football, cheerleading, and have those leagues just because, unfortunately, as more private groups and whatnot have popped up in the area, you don't have the bodies to fill a lot of these programs. So having it as a group within multiple communities, we'll see as a pilot program if it makes sense. I believe it was only
I think it was 11,000.
11,000 commitment
year.
for the year to have that whole program access.
So
They were going to come in and do a presentation, I believe, as well with that.
yeah, it includes, I think, 2 different 10-week sessions, and then the lending library, and then I think a lot of other just kind of drop-in type events as well.
Really impressive. I wish we had lined up, I mean, these come together. I'm kind of hoping maybe we could have them come to the next meeting, discuss it, and then have this conversation right after that. Because it could really influence how things do, because the list of things they do with the kids is I was pretty impressed, really impressed.
Is it kind of like I know you got you were advertising about the softball, the men's senior softball or something at Helmwich. Is it kind of, you're like bringing in different, you're thinking outside the box on how to run our programs. Is that kind of the?
This is more of like a multi-city unit, how we've dealt with the Roseville East Point Recreation kind of conglomerate. This is bringing in Mount Clemens. I believe Clinton Township may be signing on. So you're getting a lot of those communities in the area that are looking to have these programs available, but may not be able to house it within their recreation department. This nonprofit that's dedicated to doing rec activities kind of works as a intermediary between the communities.
So if you have 5 kids, you can do it, or we can't have it, we have to shut the program down if we have 5, which makes it, you can't do both. I mean, we wouldn't be able to run both, but.
And it's exactly, just to give accolades to Council Member Foster, she was trying to set something up like this back in 2017. Had this nonprofit existed then, we wouldn't have had to shut Parks and Rec, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's.
We actually talked to Bob Buchanan then about
Yeah.
Township.
Yep. They just didn't have the need for us.
And we didn't have the people who really wanted to go
Yeah.
there and do it, to talk, and, he would have done it, but we didn't have the gumption to do it, so.
And they're coming next month?
Yeah, that's their intentions, to have them on the agenda. Ms. Sutherland, you were next, I think.
That's amazing, and I'm excited because I think that will bring a greater diversity of programs as well as cost savings to the city. But as far as the motion that's still on the floor, to me, what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, is that we would still need that help for other types of activities. Parades, the farmer's market. Hunter and I worked on it last year. It was, even with the 2 of us, it was at least 1 full day a week of work, and that was for the limited amount of vendors that we had. So if we wanted to do additional activities at the farmer's market, bring in a petting zoo, have other things, I mean, it's going to take more time and more work. I've gotten feedback from residents that there are things that happen at Blossom Heath and St. Clair Shores that they would really like to see us have, like a St. Patrick's Day in the park, things like that. So if Diane is already taxed and you already have this and you're about to get, you're wearing maybe a small hat, you're right, you're about to get this much bigger hat when Amy Sell goes. I mean, what I'm hearing is that there is definitely the work there to need a full-time person. And it's not a director, so it's still at a cost savings to have a full-time person, a recreation coordinator, which I loved all of those different position profiles that you had sent us, and agree there's room to tighten this one up. But what I'm hearing is that in order to do extra events, not even just recreation programs, not basketball, not flag football, none of that, other things as well, Christmas in Fraser, that there is still a need for somebody else to come in and help. That's what I'm hearing, unless I'm wrong. Ma'am, tell me. But I will make a motion, I would second Patrick's motion, to hire a full-time recreation coordinator in that range once the language of
Ask
the,
Sarah to come forward if she thinks she's.
right,
for that help.
the people who do the work know the most about it, right? Tell us.
I don't put you in a bad spot.
I think if we had additional hours at the senior center, I think that without having concrete programming or knowing what we're doing, I can't say yes or no whether or not a full-time job would be warranted, just because I don't right now have full-time amount of work with what we've got programmed. If there was more things going on, if we had, things lined up out the gate, I could see there being a need, but right now, I think it'd be helpful if we at least had a part-time body at the center so that we would have more than one person.
So even for the upcoming events, so like Memorial Day Parade, right, which is going to be like 3 months away, believe it or not, right?
We don't do
don't do
Right?
No.
Yeah, we do.
No, we
Oh,
don't.
that's
Wasn't
the-
that the one where somebody set up a lawn
That's
chair in
the-
Garfield last year?
No, that's
Oh, that's the.
that's through the Lions
Pink Floyd.
Festival.
No.
I want to go to your Frazier.
Roseville has one, but
We do not. We only have the,
We only have one.
I'm going to find it. 'cause I'm-
Homecoming parade and the
Yep.
city
That's true,
parade.
we do
Some-
that, yeah, that,
So October and
Okay.
July, those are our two.
So, okay. But for those special events too.
Without having gone through it all and knowing what we have currently, I would at least like to see the part-time position filled that we had intended to have filled at the senior center. It makes it incredibly hard on Diane unnecessarily to be there all alone 4 days a week. She's been fabulous about it, but, she would like to take a day off or have a break.
on
and
Friday,
I don't,
Sunday.
I think I could really support a part-time.
and that was
Really
what
get,
I'd expected it to be filled at that location, and I think that would help grow not only those, but if we do see the need for recreation, definitely, then it would open up an afternoon to them working solely on recreation and coming over to City Hall to do so.
yeah, I really want to hear what they say for next month too, so that's. Go ahead, Elaine.
Do you think that if we brought a part-time person on to help out at the senior center, that person could start really looking at what we've done in the past, putting together kind of a calendar schedule of events for what we've done in the past, maybe what we want to continue to do in the future, and then really working through that, thinking about how much time, resources it's going to take to manage all of those?
I think that would be helpful. I know I've been trying to work with Hunter to get just kind of a timeline, like a breakdown of what we need to be doing, what are our kind of deadlines and benchmarks we need to, especially with the summer events, to get everything on a schedule where it's, as of February 1st, we're doing this. As of March, this needs to be done and this needs to be started. So that'd be something, if we did have additional staffing, it would be helpful to have those kind of hammered down.
Because that was the thing that we kept, we were behind the schedule for so many things.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have, like we're dealing with in so many other things, we don't have processes, we don't have copies of contracts, things that we're looking for. We don't have any of this information. We're all new, we know that you guys might know, everybody probably has a little piece of the puzzle, but we do not have any of that information. And to be able to put these items down on a calendar, the July.
Resource,
Right, and then start backing up, okay, July, we need to start planning in January, here's what we need to do, and here's the kind of staffing level that we need to be able to make sure just this bare minimum stuff that we always want to do every year happens, and then build upon that.
Yeah, I think up here, don't yell at me, ladies, but there's probably 200 years of experience up here with the city or the event, so you can call, we can all sit down and go over everything that we've done for all the years and offer it and send it to you too, so. Councilman O'Dell.
all right. Part-time, I don't think we're going to get a trained to hire full-time type of person in this job market. I just don't think that's going to happen. So if we hire just a part-time person, we're only keeping the senior center open part-time, more or less, right? Because we're not going to still not have enough man-hours to cover it full-time, correct?
If they were to flex, right now Diana's 8 to 1. So in theory, if we were.
Diane's her main job is like scheduling the van and things like that.
No, Diane runs the show at the senior center.
I know she did, but that's what, from my understanding, talking to her, that that's what she did, and that was the van scheduling and things like that, her
That was what she was originally hired.
That's what she was originally hired, was the van coordinator. We don't have the ridership for the van to be her sole position. Unfortunately, we have one driver that we struggle to fill the bus for daily. That isn't any fault of her own. We've been trying to promote the van utilization. We do have a second driver that would love the hours. It's just getting bodies on the van. Diane does kind of, that's her building. She's done an amazing job with all the scheduling, and I don't know what the program would be if I didn't have her there.
Yeah, because I think the job description says oversees senior activity center and coordinates recreational programming for all ages of Fraser residents. So it's very broad. It can go into 100 different places. But we do need manpower to run city events, because if we don't have somebody planning now, summertime stuff is going to go out the window. We do have opportunities, even though we don't have opportunities to do the inside activities right now. We still have parks. We still have brand-new tennis courts refurbished out here. There's lots of volleyball courts that we've spent a lot of money that honestly aren't getting much use. So I think we should still be looking for a full-time position, whether it's just for the senior center, because one person, you're going to have somebody cover vacations and days off and things like that. If we got one person, we can't cover full-time hours, correct?
Hunter and myself cover any shortfalls at the facility.
Right. And I think your time's more well spent in finance, and the main things that you were hired for than to run the senior center when there's a opportunity. So I think it still should stand, and we can definitely look at joining this other program to offer that. I'm very interested to hear that as well, but I still think we need a full-time position to handle all these things, so that's right.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
Promise real quick, and then I'm done. So I still want to bring it back that we still have a motion and a second. So we're going to need to do something with that. But then the other thing that if for some reason we did end up going with a part-time person, that the salary on that was $25 an hour.
The part-time position would have to follow the union. So that could not be 25 an hour, and that was already brought to our attention after.
Okay.
That it is a union role.
Okay, so it would not be that. Okay. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments, questions? I see none. Any comments, questions from the audience? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. No. Motion does not carry. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to expand the scope of the current post, which is only senior, so that the full not tightening it up, but it should be a recreation coordinator, short-term, exactly what you were talking about, short-term, allowing you to expand more hours at the senior center, but being able to pull them over and create the plan and then the activities we know we're theoretically going to have, the farmer's
My
market.
parade of one.
Pardon me?
My parade of one that I made up.
I know, well, you're in charge now. You're going to be the grand marshal.
All right, yep, I'll be there at my
Right.
parade.
We're going to be sitting in our chairs.
chair.
But, so my
I'll bring a
motion
chair.
is to expand the scope of the already approved thing to encompass, with the end goal being that person, if they so desired, transitioned into a full-time, but allows you to get that programming in place, do the Easter, or the egg drop, do so much stuff that is already planned, expanding it beyond the seniors. I know that was really long-winded, but that's my motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions on that motion? I see none.
Wait. We're thinking of timing, right? So, like when? When are we are we making a motion to tighten up the scope, to outline, to have it be more outlined to what
Tomorrow.
you're saying, to be
Last
able
week.
to have candidates to review before our next meeting? Because that's going to be March.
We don't hire them.
No. So,
They hire them.
right. But so that's getting it going though, like now?
Yeah,
Okay.
literally tomorrow, change the title of the post The
Okay.
job description can be tweaked all along, because until you hire the person, the job description isn't binding. It's,
Other duties as assigned.
but yeah,
Yes, got it.
but yeah, no, yesterday.
Right, okay.
But I just feel like it makes it clear what my intent was all along, which was the part-time. I didn't intend for it to be just senior, because we had one, and it's working.
And it brings that hybrid I was talking about.
Yeah, 100%. And it was funny because I was reading the minutes, and exactly what you talked about it last time when you said a part-time, 2 full-time. And I was like,
So we do have a motion and a second.
There you go.
Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed. I'm opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you. And start with the Easter thing. You can call me because we had a lot to do with it.
I did it last year, too.
And I can help.
I will. We've got lots of eggs, so everybody will be employed to stuff.
We can drop.
We can help.
We can drop them
Let us
from
know.
the fire truck and do all that stuff. Whatever you want.
Mark's like,
I've only been here 54 years.
Coordinate with you
I
on
will
that.
drive the fire
Yeah,
truck
we probably
in
have
Memorial
some
Day
through
parade if you have
Officer
it.
Evaldi doing. Bingo is also through the high school group.
If you want more volunteer high school students, I can hook you up.
email.
One more year, like legit, they need hours.
Item 8C, senior housing parking lot. Mr. Frazier on it.
Good evening again. Last month, you'll recall, we wanted to continue the discussion or bring forward the discussion regarding the budgeted item in the, regarding maintenance or resurfacing for the senior housing parking lot. We presented a memo with several options detailing estimated costs and life expectancies of those various options. Ms. Levin prepared some additional information regarding cash reserves and additional funding that she felt appropriate to potentially allocate to that endeavor. And I think we're just kind of looking for some additional direction. Is this the amount that council is willing to allocate towards this project going forward, or is this something that we want to, I guess, open for discussion?
Councilman Winowicki.
Yep. So last month, we talked about the various options that were on the table. And I had asked a question about, had you considered full-depth rec, and what would the cost difference be? Did you have any progress on that?
No, I was not able to make any progress on that. I just thinking out loud, this is probably something that would fall within a similar to a heavy rehabilitation option that we had talked about. It's going to be a similar price, and you are going to get more bang for your buck in terms of life expectancy out of that.
Out of the full-depth rec?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
As opposed to a full excavation of...
Correct.
the base.
Yes.
Okay. So where would you put that full-depth rec? What option would you say that most...
That would probably, that would be kind of a hybrid option, probably closer to option 4. It would give you the more robust fix where it's needed, and it would also be a little bit, it would give you a uniform product and result for the entire parking lot and loop road at that probably approximate cost. Option 4, $250,000 in construction. We had allocated or anticipated some additional costs for contract administration, whether that's testing and things like that that you would typically want to see done as part of a major improvement project.
And it would add to the lifespan, too.
Yes, it would.
It would get us closer to that 20 to 25 year.
Yes.
I have them down already, 20 years. So I know the history of the...
Yes.
So that comes at a significant savings then.
It would, compared to a full reconstruction, it would. And looking at this again, I think the carports were always kind of a wish list item, if you will, to address those with concrete as we've presented in this option. We estimated that as about $75,000. That's probably something that could be easily, struck out of a project to find something such as a full depth reclamation that could come in within the budgeted amount. And those could be addressed as a separate project in the future. Less impact to the traveling way, the loads from the garbage truck and things like that are destroying the loop road at this time. Those would all be addressed, and you could, when funds are available in the future, budget for the pavement under the carports.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I have a question about the math in the memo. Do we not have 200,000 already budgeted, or is it only 150?
That was a mistake that I had noted in my, yes.
So we would need 275,000 additional to do option one. Is that based on your estimate? You did a high estimate of 425?
Yes, that is correct. You would need an extra 275,000.
275, and if we did 275, I guess that would put us where, oh, that would mean we'd only have $25,000 left in reserves? But no, we're
If
going
you
to,
do the full depth rec, you could go down to the option 4, it would be closer to 300,000 as opposed to the.
oh, I got that, I want to, I was, in my head, I'm like, do it once, do it right, do the whole thing. Piecemealing never works, you get seams, you get this, you get that, but I was hoping you were right on the 200 and she was wrong.
No, I believe I corrected that, or I tried to last.
I tried. So that would leave us, if we did option one, that would leave us with only, and we budgeted it all from this year, we would only have $75,000 left? Is that kind of the implication of what she's doing in this memo? Right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Because your memo, you said we have $100,000 left, assuming we leave $200,000 in reserves, right? And the $200,000 in reserves, what are those being held for?
Any other potential things that could come up? I know that there has been some feedback from residents that there are some issues with some of the windows and things like that. Any other HVAC issues that we may have problems with, generators, stuff like that?
We definitely have fire suppression issues that we've been dealing with. So I would caution against depleting the reserve fund for that. I would leave at least 150 in there.
No, right, and I'm not trying to be reckless, but I'm also not trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater if it's something that, because we've done a lot there. They got new balconies, they got new door walls. So that's why I wanted to make sure, because I'm in favor of doing the most we can do. And I just don't want to be like, oh, we can't do it because it's 100,000. And because it's not going to be $75,000 to do those carports in 5 years, right?
Correct.
See what I'm coming from? Like, where do we get them? And I don't know the answer, and that's, I'm going to definitely defer to you, because whatever you called it, is that, obviously the Cadillac is option one.
Yeah, this is.
I hate to use these car analogies, but it makes sense, you know what I mean?
Your second best option in terms of return on investment, so to speak. The reconstruction option gets into a lot more concrete with the curbs and the sidewalks and things that are adjacent. Mr. Ragsdale and I were talking just 2 days ago or yesterday that there are issues with the sidewalk. If you're doing a full depth reclamation, typically you're going to stay outside of that and just do the asphalt. It can always be added, but that's where you see some of the the big difference in scope is how narrow do you want to do it? Do you want to just do the parking lot, or do you want to get into the sidewalk and everything else that needs to be?
So, right, so if we did it all, That's 425?
Yeah, the bid that we took was a lot of sidewalk and
Yeah.
carports and everything else that was.
And then it's like a brand-new, beautiful, perfect, but that depletes us. Can we allocate it over this year and next year to keep more in the reserves? Or no, once we do it, it has to come out, and that's our,
Probably allocated over multiple years, but that still doesn't really do us any good for.
no, I just meant
balance.
like, because it's not going to get done until, I think we talked about that it was going to be the end of summer job, right?
Yeah, if it was authorized tonight to go in a particular direction, it would probably be an end of the summer job.
So we're not really spending the money until, and I'm asking, I'm not telling.
It's still that this is just the number that we have in fund balance. So whether we spend it this fiscal year or next fiscal year, it's what we have.
Don't we have money that's going to be in the budget next year for in addition, or no? For capital improvement? When we have the income come in, doesn't some percent go to this?
I don't know what that revenue stream is like. I don't know how much we accumulate
I
a
don't know.
year for capital.
Okay, thank you.
Option 4 does include the carports.
It's not off subject,
Piecemealing it.
but when you say fire suppression problems, that,
Oh, the carports are?
In option 4, it does say that.
just when you say fire
Include
suppression
reconstructing
problems, that just sparks my,
So we've had to replace the compressor over there, and what we found is like the fire suppression lines, we found a couple pinholes that we've had to replace pipe. That's usually a general indication that somewhere down the line, you're going to continue to replace the pipe.
there's rusted in.
So it won't be long that we'll be replacing all the pipe.
That's expensive.
Absolutely.
It's a full-depth reclamation, the entire asphalt,
And that's
and then fixing.
high priority.
Absolutely.
I actually do have some of the numbers. I forgot I brought some budget numbers with me. So, for the rent, we pull in about 550,000 a year. And for this budget year, our expenses, we have 700,000. So we're actually
And a deficit for the.
spending down fund balance, yeah. Some of that is because of the projects, the balconies.
Right.
That was,
Oh,
it looks
okay.
like budgeted like 400,000.
Yes, over.
Right. So if you take that out, so that's about 300,000, and you're pulling in 550,000. So maybe we're bringing in 200,000 a year.
I think it's just over 100,000 that we bring in.
That would make sense, because we were able to, prior council and then us were able to get that fund balance up.
And I don't know if you heard him, but I asked about the fire suppression.
Yeah.
Possibly it's going to be holding the thing be replaced. And that's obviously a number one priority, which is
We bonded out.
very expensive.
When was the last 5-year test done?
Are you asking me?
Yep.
I don't have that information.
Okay.
I can get that information for you.
Okay. Are we using do you know who we use to do the testing and the review?
Macomb Mechanical.
Let's find this out, and this is pretty important. I mean, life safety is number one. Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Not that I would ever normally suggest this, but I'm going to suggest it in this only instance, because it is an enterprise fund, and because prior to the last couple of years, the city was subsidizing that fund. I am no way, shape, or form saying we should subsidize it, but what I am suggesting is possibly to get that in the prices of this year, we can allocate that money, but we can take that portion that needs to be boarded right now from the general fund, and then that fund from the enterprise fund can pay back the general fund so that the work can get done now before the prices go up even more, before it becomes any more dangerous. Still leaving the necessary extra, if you will, the backup money for if we need the new fire suppression system and everything like that in there. I think you should be able to do that. I realize, again, it is a standalone fund and it is an enterprise fund, but in this particular instance, I don't see any harm from borrowing, because it's not a huge, huge sum, from the general fund, so that we can get this particular job done at this time.
Couple things to take into consideration is that we're going to continue to have rent up until we do the project and expend any money, so we'll continue to get more revenues into that account. And then also, if we get in a situation in the future where we don't have the fund balance for it, we could always bond out, or, like you mentioned, potentially borrow from the general fund.
I'd rather borrow from the general fund before we bond out anyway, because bonding out is costly to typically everybody. And it needs to be just, that again, it's a standalone fund. Even though it's combined in our city stuff, it's a standalone fund, as it should be, especially for accounting purposes. But I don't see the harm in this particular instance for the city to, I guess, be a backup to that fund, if you would, in case, you know, that fire suppression goes south before we have built up the necessary funds.
Yeah, if you bond out, you'd have to raise it.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
Hopefully I'm hopping onto Patrice's train, but where, right?
Hey,
Where,
it's fun here.
the new sign that's going into the senior activity center, right? We were using COVID money for that. Right? Wasn't that?
No, that community development block grant, and that's the
Okay,
seniors activity center.
Right. So there was additional money that was gonna be we can't use that for that? Dang it. All right, I tried.
We tried.
Okay. I fell off your train.
Is that a feasible option, though, for everybody?
And I
For years.
I wish we had some budget.
Right, again, we will not be subsidizing it. This would be emergency
If we need.
lend if needed. Because if we can put that, if, say we don't have to do the suppression thing, say it for some reason, you know, it's still good, and it, you know, because I agree with Mike. Yeah, if it's still like solid for at least another year, that gives us that wiggle room we need, but at least we'd have a backup in case needed.
Oh, sure it will.
So I personally would make a motion to go, David, which is it, option, is it 2?
4.
4. Option 4,
But modified to be full depth reclamation.
whatever he said. And then if necessary, if for some reason there needs to be money lent to that fund for a short duration of time, one budget year, we would be able to do that to make sure that we can cover all the necessary repairs for the safety of our seniors there.
Just for numbers' sake, the
That's
budgeted amount that-
425,000?
No, it's
No.
300,000.
300,000, okay.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Okay, so I'm a little lost. So option 4 doesn't replace everything, correct?
Neither did option 1. Option 1 was a full excavation of the base and the asphalt, and it dealt with the carports. There's no mention in option 1 of any concrete sidewalks or anything like that.
Oh, I thought you said it did.
None of the options listed concrete sidewalks.
Right, but he said it, that's why thank you for,
When we bid the project out, it included a small amount of sidewalk. When you do a certain level of work, it triggers some ADA requirements. So that's where the sidewalk comes in, right? So if you do a project of that nature, you have to bring your sidewalks up to ADA compliance.
and so that would only occur if we did option 1, because it encroaches into it such that you have to be.
That would be any option. You should probably be going forward with the ADA. The requirement is if it's considered anything more than 3/4 of an inch of asphalt down and up.
In that area,
Yes, correct.
because it might not need it in that area with option 4.
Option 4, we were still going to address the entire parking lot. It
Okay.
would just be a more targeted treatment. So where it needed it more, we were going to do a heavier reconstruction. Where it needed it less, we were going to do a rehabilitation, just a mill and resurface. What Mr. Winowicki suggested was the same treatment everywhere. It was kind of a hybrid between the two.
Okay, so I am not in the construction trade. So if I'm watching it happen with option 4, what does it look like? Do they take everything off the top of the entire parking lot?
They'll
Okay,
take the entire top surface off.
Crew cut.
And they will agitate the existing base.
Yep.
Add where needed, and they'll also dump a bunch of Portland cement in it.
okay.
And what happens to that is essentially, the belief is, and it's been tested with core tests, that if you got an 8-inch base or a 10-inch base, that essentially turns into a block of concrete.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then you put your asphalt back on top of it.
Okay, so the entire surface is going to be a solid, new surface. The base is going to be reinforced in some places more than others.
It's going to be uniform completely throughout.
And you believe that is the most cost-effective but best bang for our buck?
I do. I've done.
And what do you
The
think?
options that are given, yeah.
Yeah, right, and what do you think?
Long-term, yes.
And what do you think, Mr. Ragsdale?
I agree. The main thing though that we need to come out of here, the very minimum, is to address the back half of that, the back half of the parking lot. I agree.
We need you to have your own little mic right
The
on.
one thing that I want to make sure that when we leave here is that we're taking care of, at very minimum, the worst part of the parking lot, the back half where the garbage trucks are coming through because it has destroyed the base.
Okay, is that in the option we're talking about?
yes.
Okay, so, yeah, okay. So you're a yes, that is gonna, all right, then I am in support.
Not to belabor, my last question is, we own the property next to the apartment complex, right? Is there any way, or to eliminate the parking spots, can we move those dumpsters right in the front area there, so when they come in, they just go right to the right and then pick up the trash and go out, instead of, why drive around this whole dang building, screw everything up?
Because the dumpster is inside, the dumpster is inside the building, and the dumpster has to be wheeled out 3 times a week down the sidewalk for the garbage truck to come and pick it up. Then what you're saying is then the guys would then have to push the dumpster all the way through
Yeah,
the
you know you
parking
can do
lot.
that, right?
Right, and then go out to the front.
Oh, we could do something.
But you know what I'm saying? Because they got the trash chutes that fall, and so our guys have to actually roll that dumpster out of the building and down the sidewalk and out to the parking lot.
Can we just cut through Arby's parking lot and just, what a design, who designs these things? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done.
Motion in a second. Did someone second?
No, there is a motion, but there was no second.
I thought you second.
I am, that's why.
Oh, okay.
I will second it.
Motion and second. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Anything from the audience? Please come up, you have to come up, Ray. Name and address, please, I have to.
My name is Ray Wojciechowski. I'm Frazier Senior Housing. Okay, room 320, whatever it is. The question that I've always had, I could never get a definite answer on it.
Go.
Question that I've always had.
It's on.
It's on.
It's on.
It's on.
Question I've always had, and never could get a definite answer on that. Why not an entrance from 15 Mile right at the end, where where a garbage truck could come in? Why does the garbage truck have to come in off of Hidden Pine?
That's where the county gave.
In other words, does this have to be done with the county? Would the county approve it?
County roads, county easement, yes, they wouldn't approve it.
They wouldn't approve it? Okay, because that would save so much wear and tear on the parking lot if they could come off of 15 Mile at that last entrance, because there is room there for a driveway.
Well, that's why I asked about moving it, but.
Okay, so, okay, that would answer my question. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make it last a long time. You're a young man. We're gonna hunt you down if it needs it, and thank you. Thanks for sticking around all night.
Report of city administration. Elaine, do you have anything? Elaine, I'm sorry.
Of course I do. Working on kind of the preliminary numbers and getting a start on the budget. I've dispersed the budget worksheets to department heads to start looking at. Some of the information that I do have so far, looking at a potential budgeted high-end number for a fire truck of 800,000. We've got the HVAC system that we'll be putting in the budget, which will be funded with the ARPA funding. Sarisa, looking at a 25% increase next year, unfortunately. One of the things that all of the communities in Sarisa are doing is looking to get a number from Comtech for dispatch, so it'll be interesting to see how that comes in. 2% increase in revenue sharing from the state, so just a little bit more there. Let's see. Community Development Block Grant, didn't get any other information for any other projects, so we'll be submitting the application for that sign for the Senior Activities Center. We did look in to see if there are any block areas within the community, and there are not any specific block areas that we could use the funding, unfortunately. I have a Zoom meeting with the library along with Don tomorrow. And I think that's about it for now.
Okay, thank you. Report of mayor and council. I started that way last meeting. I'll start your way. Councilman Baranski.
I don't have a lot. I just wanted to add, and unfortunately, Mr. Ragsdale left, but I had, because it was in our packet, the Rindell Park, and I had an epiphany, and I had some off-the-record conversations about the possibility, since it abuts up to one of the elementary schools, Eisenhower, and Mr. Wickley and I were talking about what would be a good addition to put into that park. And so my plan, if and when we're ready to do stuff in that park, is to reach out to the school to see if they would contribute such that, especially because their students would be able to use it. We talked about the possibility of having a walking path.
There is one there.
It's there, but it's really.
It's dilapidated, but it's there.
A nice walking path like the other parks now have.
Yeah.
Rehabbing that park is really what, there's a baseball diamond, rehabbing it, possibly either a go-go pit or a go-go ball or a volleyball or whatever, but reaching out to our community partner to collaborate and share in it. And it was positively received, and nothing official, obviously, because, they didn't take a vote. But I just want people to start thinking if and when, because that's not done. We're not done with the parks, but we have to figure out the budget first. So that's all I really wanted to report, was just, I forgot to bring it up earlier, that that's my next project.
Okay. Thank you. Sutherland, yes.
All right, how do we, okay. So as the newly appointed macro representative, wanted to let you know that this month's meeting got canceled. I didn't have a meeting, but just so you know. There's some stuff happening around the city. So the Lions Club is having their Lighten Up comedy event on February 25th. There is senior bingo at the Frazier Senior Center on February 24th. Jazzercise Frazier has a new owner, so there will be a grand reopening of that on March 5th. So those are just some cool things going on. I wanted to mention that. And then the only other thing, which Mark left, but so Elaine, maybe you can help me, is I did get feedback from residents about the snow removal from our Snowmageddon that we had, and that it maybe wasn't cleaned up as well as it has been in the past. So I was wondering if you could shed some light on challenges.
I talked to him about that today.
Did you?
I don't mean to
Like,
interrupt
what were
you, but I did.
Right, so.
Brought
yeah.
that to his attention.
Just so we could talk about like maybe what the challenges were there, like what happened as far as it not being maybe up to the level that it has in years past. Or so it may seem.
I can talk to him about it and see if maybe we can get a report or something.
That would be great.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Me? You pass the floor.
Not much tonight, just wanted to thank the Fraser community for selling out the Fraser First Blue Jean Ball coming up this Saturday. We pretty much sell out every year. It's a great community event. It's going to raise a lot of money Coming soon to McKinley Park this spring is the Zip Cruise line that the council approved, so that's going to be a great addition. I'll let you know when it starts taking shape and go out there and take a look at it. But that's all I have for tonight.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, but someone said report, it's one of you guys. So that we used to get a monthly report from public safety. I haven't gotten one in a couple months. We used to get a report from DPW once a month, what they were doing, didn't we? Okay, I didn't want you to think I was at the Memorial Day parade.
Parade of one.
Now it's two. Just checking, you know. So I was wondering, Elaine, if everyone agrees, you know, I think that would be important for us to, you know, especially the two bigger departments. We used to get a report from the building department. And I don't mean to make extra work, but I mean, I know they already have these numbers accrued and the stats, you know, it appeared that way. So if we could just look into that, I think it'd be important, and that's all I have. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone, and God bless you. See you next month.
Thank you. Mr. Renowicki.
I don't have a whole lot either, except I've been sitting in a very comfortable chair all meeting. It's a great chair. But I don't have anything either, other than Happy Valentine's Day, and I pass.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have like a quick question. I know I was talking to you about this already, and this is not to spend more money because I think we can do this inexpensively, but this is not conducive for sitting here, not besides the chairs, because these things sit so low, even with the chairs, we have to do something with this. This has been like this for far too long. I don't know if everybody else, but I constantly am hitting my knees and my legs, and I'm not a tall person, and I'm not a huge person. So I don't know if the rest of the council feels.
With this new fancy chair.
You're still not hitting your legs?
You can actually adjust your height.
Now you look like a midget.
But for all, though.
But no, I'm just saying, I mean, just the way this was poorly constructed when they did it in the first place. I personally said to the mayor, all we had to do is take out this floor, but he tells me we can't. Maybe. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. If we could just have somebody look at it, I guess, because seriously, the drawers really don't open that well anyway, so there's really no purpose in having these drawers here. And even if they could just take out this lip, I think that would give us more leg room. I don't think that would, and it's not sealed on there. No, but I'm serious. Like, you can just take out this edge here with these drawers, and honestly, that'll give you like 4 more inches of leg room, so you don't constantly smack your legs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired of feeling like I'm on the floor. So, and Marilyn didn't reach out to me from the Baumgartner House, but I can assume because there is typically. Oh no, it's February. No, but we'll be going into March. So yes, I'm assuming they normally do. So the normal thing they do will have their open house on the first Sunday in March. And they usually will have a sale too for the Easter events. So even though she didn't call me to tell me that, I know that's the schedule. So I'm assuming that they will have something at the Baumgartner House, and they will have a sale of Easter items because 'tis the season. That's it.
Good. I have a couple things. Actually, Ms. Blanky's comments, I also had that down. Talked about Eileen. We used to get some good updates from department heads on different things, even code enforcement sometimes, but we're just not getting any information from none of them, so.
I've typically just incorporated those in my weekly reports to you, the highlights, but if you want to see a lot more detail and information, I can either get it in the packets.
Numbers.
Yeah, sometimes it's just the information and.
Yeah, it's like statistics.
Yeah. Even like building permits, so we know what's building in the city from the building department. And
One-pagers.
Yeah.
One-pagers.
Show you what they use.
real quick, yeah. Real simple. I actually got a call from one of our senior citizens in regards to the senior center. She wanted me to make an announcement that that they really need card players. So she wanted me to announce to all the seniors out there, please show up to play cards. She's afraid that there's going to cancel the cards because there's not getting enough people to play cards. So she would like more people to attend and wanted me to make that announcement. So, Ms. Jolly, I think you should be all set, and hopefully you get more people showing up. Inventory and the play equipment. Is it possible we get some time to get actually the inventory of what we have in the city, what's left?
What do you mean, play equipment?
Well, like basketballs, floor hockey stuff, the football stuff, the baseball stuff. I mean, we used to have so much equipment.
Yeah, Sarah's actually been going through that already because she noticed that at the senior center, someone was actually bringing basketballs in, and she knew that we had some equipment, but most of the equipment that we had there just is dried up.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So if it's bad,
Yeah, so
And
she's
that,
going to be working on going through that closet with someone, kind of cleaning up what's still usable, what isn't, so we can work on getting the list.
because I'd like to have actually that information for when they show up at our meeting, the organization, nonprofit. You know, this is what we have too, that we can give them, or we have that we can also utilize, but.
Problem is I think that would be limited for seniors.
We have a shed, though.
No, actually, we bought it for recreation. That's all recreation equipment that's there. Well,
But I'm saying we
Their
have
umbrella
a shed
now.
at Stephens Park that, though, has a lot of things
Equipment
as well.
as well?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right, there are two sheds. Two sheds.
And then also, if you had a chance to ask Mr. Ragsdale about the pavilion in Meadows Park, did it come in? Did it get ordered? Did he mention it to you?
It is still something that's slated for the spring.
Spring, but
Yep.
we do have it, or,
I don't know if he has it,
oh, okay,
but it's slated to be installed in the spring.
okay. Mr. Denault, did you have something?
Patrice had mentioned the open house. The website confirms that it is scheduled for Sunday, March 6th, all day.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. That's all I have. I'm going to open up citizen participation, so if anyone has anything to say, please come forward. That way you don't have to wait for our closed session. I would read the rules again for citizen participation, but you understand them, so I don't need to do that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Lessage, 15201 Fairview, and I want to thank my husband for remembering our address when he came up here. I'm going back to the beginning of the meeting. I was jotting down notes throughout the meeting. There wasn't an opportunity for me to come up and speak, so I'm going to just mention it now. The amendments to the budget, I thought I heard the city manager say that this was not all coming out of fund balance. It was moving line items around, et cetera. However, the document in the packet online says these are new dollars requested, which to me means we're taking all this money, $846,000 from the fund balance to add to the budget. So if that's not what it was, then the documentation should be reflective of what it really was. So in my mind, how much money was actually amended to the budget? Okay? The commissions, we've been talking about the open seats for many, many months. You've all had plenty of time to see who is going to be applying. You've extended the applications. I think it's important that all of you on council could reach out to people you know and maybe suggest that they take this opportunity to get involved. I think to push the commission seating one more time further down the road just makes it look like we're not involved in trying to get these commissions on board and fully reported. I was not surprised that the Planning Commission was canceled. However, there was no reason why it couldn't have been rescheduled for this week or next week or the week after and not have to be pushed down to another month. They had a lot of items on there to discuss, And I just think it's unfortunate that we push it to the next month. The Parks and Rec Commission, there is one applicant that is a repeat. She wants to come back on. I don't think that should have been something to just put her on, unless you have a problem with her. That was your prerogative. But that one person is delaying that commission having any meetings at all, and they have not had a meeting in several months. So to put all the work on Sarah with her many hats and putting up and planning events in the meantime, like something for Easter, the commission could be helping in that regard. So I was disappointed with that. Park signs, near and dear to my heart. There was several years ago when we had the sinkhole, I believe Mayor Carnegie made a motion to use the lot where that house was gone as an opportunity to put a sign that says, "Welcome to Fraser." I didn't hear anything about that tonight, about adding another sign for all corners of our city so that we know, I mean, we're into Fraser. So there is another sign you could put up. The park signs, I didn't go into detail what Mr. Rags had available, but I want to remind everyone that you need 2 signs at Pompo Park, at McKinley Park, and at Harrington Park, because there's all different areas of them coming into that park. They should have a smaller scale sign, like at the Pompo Park path and the McKinley Park path. And also, the McKinley Park sign that is up there today, it is there to stay. The new park sign that will be like the others in the city would go further towards the road. So the McKinley Park was a donation of volunteers that donated that park. That is to represent the way the park is established as a barrier-free park. The sign for the road would be standard for your city, whatever. Councilman Odell mentioned the dance this weekend. We want to thank everyone for their support, donations, and for those that are going to be attending, we welcome you. It's going to be a great time, and we look forward to everyone enjoying the park as we get into the spring with our zip cruise. So there you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Anything? Okay. I'll make a motion and go into closed session, strategy session connected with the negotiation of collective bargaining agreement.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, please do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bransky?
Yes.
Councilmember Blanky?
Yes?
Mayor Carnegie?
Yes.
Councilmember Odell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack?
Yes.
Councilmember Sutherland?
Yes.
And Councilmember Winaway?
Okay, we'll go closed session at 10:43.
I got a great idea. Yeah, we're going to the bathroom. We should sit alphabetical. How easy would it be?
Yeah.
Probably need something a little.
Danny, you want to go start my car?
We'll officially call the meeting back to order at 11:15. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the letter of agreement between the City of Fraser and the Police Officers Labor's Council Fraser Lieutenants Association, and designate that the city manager can execute the agreement to have it effective February 11th, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And if council doesn't mind, I'd like to abstain from the vote, being that I'm a paid-on-call firefighter for the department. If there's any issues? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to begin the search to hire a director of public safety, considering both internal and external candidates, and present back at the March meeting various plans and options so that we can get that going.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody.
So is now Deanna going to take you home? Deanna?